the Pleiades. Hello, ladies. Hello, little man. 300 million miles from Mars. It doesn't seem so far away. Yes, it does. And I wanna be an astronaut. I wanna. Starting landing procedures. All systems standing by. Over. Blast off, I'm on my way. I'm a shooting star, a man on a mission. I hang with the man on the moon. I'll be there soon. A man on a mission to Mars. Blast off, I'm on my way. I'm a shooting star, a man on a mission. I hang with the man on the moon. I'll be there soon. I'm a man on a mission to Mars.
Commander, is there any evidence of Mars civilization on the surface? Utopia, Roger. I see debris and rubbish everywhere that's covered in dust. There's an abandoned spacecraft buried 130, 200 meters. Stand by. Everything's covered in rust, and yet no signs of life. At least not yet. Why don't we just return to Earth and let it rust in peace out here?
The following program is intended for mature audiences.
People of Earth, attention. People of Earth, attention. This is a voice speaking to you from thousands of miles beyond your planet. You're listening to the Martian Revelation. Strap in tight.
Look, I love Gary. He's fantastic.
Good job you're doing. Boy, what a good reputation. Thank you very much, Gary.
Go to www.thefacesofmars.com. That's www.thefacesofmars.com.
According to a new report in the New York Times, the U.S. government may have physical evidence of, and we're quoting, off-world vehicles not made on this Earth.
And as I say, in the words of the world's greatest detective, how often have I said to you that when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth.
Surely the days of the great Martian revelation are upon us.
Which nobody has ever seen before. When China looks at woke and they see the biggest problem we have is Dr. Seuss, in the meantime, they're building factories and trying to kill us in so many different ways. They laugh at us. They think we're so... Frankly, they think our country is stupid.
SARS-CoV-1 clearly originated in China, and we were fortunate to escape a major pandemic. So we really had to learn a lot more about the viruses that were there, about whether or not people were getting infected with bad viruses. So in a very minor collaboration, as part of a subcontract of a grant, we had a collaboration with some Chinese scientists We had a collaboration with some Chinese Frankly, they think our country is stupid. In the meantime, they're building factories and trying to kill us in so many different ways. And what he conflated that is that therefore we were involved in creating the virus, which is the most ridiculous, majestic leap I've ever heard of.
Do not risk incurring the anger of the Chinese government because they are ruthless.
There was nothing disruptive about that. It was only about saying China is one of the freest societies in the world.
Joe Biden.
Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon. I agree.
You got the vaccination?
Yeah.
Are you okay? I mean, you seem no, it works. Or or the mom and dad, or the neighbor, or when you go to church, or when you're. No, I really mean it. There are trusted interlocutors. Think of the people. If your kid wanted to find out whether or not there's a man on the moon or whatever, something, or whether those aliens are here or not.
Shut the fuck up, okay? Shut the fuck up.
Come on, man.
He's shaking hands with the air. He's walking around somewhat bewildered. I'd say it's no good. And taking orders from the Easter Bunny. You saw that one? No. Joe Biden and the radical left Democrats have turned calm into chaos, competence into incompetence, and stability into anarchy, prosperity into poverty, and security into a catastrophe. You look at...
Wow. This is a classic example of white privilege, and you both have it.
What's that?
Anyone want to fill them in?
Yeah, I'll do it. Okay. So white privilege is when white people, particularly men, automatically assume they can take whatever they want. And they never have to worry about getting stopped by the police. And they have the inside track for any job
I got this one, Aisha. They have the inside track for any job they want.
Exactly, Gage. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I'll do
That's
it.
white privilege.
So white privilege is when white people,
And we have
particularly
that?
men,
You
automatically
sure do.
assume they can take whatever
I
they
see.
want. And
Whoa.
they never...
I never realized this stuff. Yeah, you've really opened up my eyes.
Well, I'm glad we've been able to enlighten you. The real question is, do you think you'll be acting differently from now on?
I guarantee it.
Yeah, me too, yeah.
Step aside, please. We have white privilege.
Yeah, check it out. Don't worry, it's okay. We automatically assume we can take what we want, and we don't have to worry about the police. It's okay, you didn't know. We didn't either. Good stuff now.
This is what we were taught, sir.
We're subverting existing paradigms.
This rules. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm glad we went to college.
Yeah, it's like now I have the skills for today's workplace.
Well, let's see. What should we take next? Let's take that car.
But that's a police car.
Beavis, you dumbass. Didn't you hear? We don't have to worry about getting stopped by the police.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Beavis, let's tear ass. That was cool.
Don't move!
Sir, maybe you didn't know, but we have white privilege.
Get your hands where I can see them!
I think the problem is you're just uneducated.
Yeah, we're gonna get jobs on Wall Street.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic. Folks, imagine what we can do next. 4 more years. Pause.
4 more years. 4 more years. I want to do what's right, and they are destroying our country.
In a sense, I don't know why we're surprised by Trump. How many times does he have to prove we can't be trusted?
Those motherfuckers!
Greedy
Oh, yeah, it's all messed up. What a messed up world we're living in. Wouldn't you all agree? Let's travel to Mars. You think our world's messed up? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and all you ETs out there in the bite waves of the internet, and wherever you're at down through time monitoring this show. I'm Gary Legier, the Mars Revealer, known also as the Mad Martian. I would like to welcome you all to the Martian Revelation that is upon you all again now. Welcome to the Bazaar. Today is May 4th of 2024, or the 5th, depending upon your time zone, as this airs through time. And you're listening to this broadcast through the Comic Book live stream, as well as through the Martian Revelation Show YouTube stream live at
www.thefacesofmars.com. That's www.thefacesofmars.com.
That's right, which everyone knows is your defense for the war which we all fight against those evil dark missioners who are all leading you away from the light and the truth and manipulating you all instead to help you open your wallets and your pocketbooks to only join their dark-sided special clubs that only allows them more power to continue to mislead you all and to steer you all away from the truth that they themselves not wish to face or even admit to. Hell, let alone to even talk about.
Yeah, UFO Diaries. Faces on Mars. Cover-up controversy. Down through time.
Huge conspiracy.
It is a conspiracy.
Okay.
But the Martian Revelation is, however, 100% listener supported, with no special clubs or any special subscriptions to join. So if you're a listener, please help support the Martian Revelation Show again, which is your defense for that war which we all fight against those evil dark missioners. And we're working with the goal to bring you the bizarre truth one show at a time. As it is because of you, the listener, which makes the Martian Revelation possible to be brought to you all back through time. So your listenership and your donation support actually counts, and it helps us all to not only fight, but to win against those evil dark missioners. As well as to secure a future which we all can literally make the Martian Revelation our reality. By what you say? By making our fate. Just remember also that if you're listening to this Martian Revelation show, then know this, that you are the resistance down through time. So welcome back again, everyone. Here we are for another night to get off this messed up world and visit another, symbolically, figuratively, metaphorically. And of course, that planet is Mars. And everyone's got to yet come to understand how important Mars really is. Mars isn't really the planet that it's being taught to us all that it is on a turtleneck snail-paced speed policy agenda to lead us and steer us in a direction to where we're really not getting any answers and we're not getting any fucking younger. That's all I'm going to say on that at the moment. Mars itself is a reality of which international space agencies, thus governments, are very interested in it and are looking closely at it. And that's the key word, looking closely. For signs of possible past life, let alone ignoring the signs of present extant life. But I always say, listeners to this show could appreciate, how can you look for signs of possible past life, especially when you're looking deep into things, especially microscopically, and determine possible signs of possible past life if you don't have any experiments on board to actually experiment and test for life, which was done in 1976. Viking landers, 4,000 miles apart, both landers land from each other. One at Chrysler Planitia, and the other at Utopia Planitia, where both landers and their experiments of the labeled release had conducted positive signs of present extant life. And that's where this show is pretty much going to go tonight, in the realms of what those signs are from looking in through microscopics, and the importance of it, and why is it being avoided, but yet at the same time, why is it trying to be pursued internationally to bring samples back to Earth to determine some things, or has some things been determined and they're wanting to bring back something that they know that's already in that soil? Well, stay tuned tonight for the Sand Kings, and it can make you wonder. But there's lots of things I could say about the signs of past life that you don't need a microscope for, but just a good high-resolution camera looking down from orbit and seeing the possibilities thereof. Because those signs are definitely upon Mars, and those signs that's being seen upon Mars through their high-resolution cameras looking down at the surface, they can see what those signs represent and what it entails. But they also steer away from all that to avoid answering questions, to avoid destroying the model of which they had taught us and wanted us all to believe that Mars was. And it's far more different and far more complicating than the majority of people can even imagine or have imagined. So this should be an interesting show tonight. You know, there are many people who have misgivings about our research at Mars, our efforts and our studies, and even the plans to go to Mars, to colonize Mars. And the majority of these people that say these things are from those that do not and cannot grasp of what the truths or the potential truths thereof of Mars and what it all implicates and shows us, staring right at us in the face, pun intended. They don't want you to believe the science that was used and determined life on Mars, and they don't want you to use your own eyes and analytical prowess to determine those facts, as well as they don't want you to use your eyes and your own analytical prowess to determine what you're seeing on Mars. Because what you think that you will see, you will be ridiculed for stating what you believe you see, and try to be forced to conceive what you're seeing as actually something else that does not show any potential signs of life. So we're going to get into a little bit of news, and it'll segue towards tonight's event of the Sand Kings, the segue to that. Even though I get into these news articles, a lot of it is fascinating. It can be, if one is not in the knowledge or the understanding about what's really on Mars and the policy that's in place and the turtleneck snail pace speed policy agenda that exists and that is dragging us through time, decade after decade, without getting any answers, without getting of the truths and the revelations thereof, the realities that are on that surface as well as under it. Mars is not just a far-flung dream. It is reachable. It is attainable. It is touchable. And we must go there. Not just in robotics, we must send humanity there. That's where many of these tests should be being conducted, not just robotically. And we must pursue that. There are those on this planet in control that do not want us to know, let alone go to the things that they're seeing that they want to reap as their rewards and leave us all out of our inheritance and who we are and what we're really all a part of. You could agree or disagree. I really don't give a shit. But the reality is the fact I know what I'm doing. I'm walking by faith and belief, one show at a time. And those down through time listening to this show could appreciate my words and appreciate all that all the more as it is for them who reap the reward. That's when my life begins at that point in time. Crazy, am I? Well, let's just see how far this all goes. First, we must take back this nation, secure this nation, and secure space as much as humanly possible for our nation to build as the infrastructure for the rest of the world to be able to follow through and to follow up and to expand up and outward beyond low Earth orbit to the moon, cislunar orbit on a lunar surface, beyond the moon to Mars, and then beyond. Remember, the old plan was moon, Mars, and beyond. But we don't need the moon to get to and do Mars. We could do them simultaneously, but we don't need the moon, the one, in order to get to the other. But anyway, that being said, let's get into some news because I'm really anxious to get into tonight's show, The Sand Kings. And it should make you all wonder to what a sci-fi story could bring you to potential worst-case scenarios of retrieving samples and bringing them back to Earth. Again, through a science fiction story, that's where most history and even recent events have all stemmed from as well. Isn't it? Science fiction or just bullshit stories? But yet, or is it all predictive programming? And those nuts running this world right now, or think that they're running it and in control of it, you know, it's not far-fetched, the things that they would want to seek and want to use and want to do to us all, depending on the things that they find in these soil sample caches being brought back to Earth. And it's not just us. Not just the United States / international collaboration and cooperationists of traitors and domestic enemies and foreign enemies, but you also got the commie chinks wanting to do it too, and to beat us in bringing back the first sample returns by at least 5 years. I don't think it's a feasible plan. I think it's a stupid plan. I think it's a stupid goal because we could reach Mars and put boots on the ground and do the test that's needed, or send it up to the Martian orbit and have them analyzed on board, you know, the special experiments, the special section on board the ships that could help make these determinations. Instead of threatening an entire planet and the whole ecosystem and who knows what else. Again, what could possibly go wrong? The Sand Kings. So that being said, let's get into some news. NASA launches commercial studies to facilitate Mars robotic science. NASA has commissioned 12 concept studies from 9 U.S. companies to explore how commercial services could support scientific missions to Mars. These studies, funded between $200,000 and $300,000 each, will investigate various services including payload delivery, communications relay, surface imaging, and payload hosting to aid future missions to Mars. The initiative began with a request for proposals issued on January 29, targeting U.S. industries to support the Mars exploration program's goal of advancing high-priority science objectives. Meaning, according to them, they get to pick and choose what's high priority or not. The places where you can look down with possible signs of past life are those sites to be avoided. I guarantee it. Especially with the commies and the traitors and those who do not want us to know are in control. They're behind it. They're the one who control the budgets, right? So they get to select and choose what is their priorities, targets, and objectives. But the selected proposals aim to adapt existing projects currently oriented towards the moon and Earth for Mars applications. The services under consideration include space tugs to transport spacecraft, platforms for hosting scientific instruments and telecommunication relays. These services are part of a broader strategy to foster partnerships among government, industry, and international entities, aiming to enable more frequent, cost-effective Mars missions over the next 2 decades. There they go again, speaking of the one world government, one world cooperation on these things. I think we've been sold out enough. We, as the United States, and we as Americans have a prestige and an honor and a privilege and an inheritance that it should be America that should be leading the way, and it was. But we're in an exciting new era of space exploration with rapid growth of commercial interests and capabilities, stated Eric Lanson, director of NASA's Mars Exploration Program. Now is the right time for NASA to begin looking at how public-private partnerships can support science at Mars in the coming decades. You know, don't talk to me about science, okay? When you don't put any fucking light detection experiments on board, the past few or all the past rovers Don't give me no bullshit. You don't want to discover life. You're dragging us along, robbing us, and controlling it with your agenda. You're not bullshitting me. But the Mars exploration commercial services studies are categorized into small payload delivery and hosting services. Lockheed Martin Corporation, Littleton, Colorado, adapt a lunar exploration spacecraft. Impulse Space, Inc., Redondo Beach, California, adopt an Earth vicinity orbital transfer vehicle, Space Tug. Firefly Aerospace, Cedar Park, Texas, adopt a lunar exploration spacecraft. Large payload delivery and hosting services. United Launch Services, ULA, LLC, Centennial, Colorado, modify an Earth vicinity cryogenic upper stage. Blue Origin, LLC, Kent, Washington, adopt an Earth and lunar vicinity spacecraft. Astrobiotic Technology, Inc., Pittsburgh, modify a lunar exploration spacecraft. Mars Surface Imaging Services. Yeah, how about putting a true color to how the human eye would see it also? Never mind the other spectrums they continue to give us, red, green, blue. Global Surveyor had CMYK. You know, approximations. We want to see the true colors of Mars. Case closed. As well as LiDAR. We want LiDAR on board. So let's put those imaging services into play. Albedo Space Corporation, Broomfield, Colorado, adopt a low Earth orbit imaging satellite. Redwire Space Inc., Littleton, Colorado, modify a low Earth orbit commercial imaging spacecraft. Astrobiotic Technology Inc., modify a lunar exploration spacecraft to include imaging. Next Generation Relay Services, Space Exploration Technologies Corporation, SpaceX, Hawthorne, California, adopt Earth orbit communication satellites for Mars. Lockheed Martin Corporation, provide communication relay services via a modified Mars orbiter. Blue Origin LLC, provide communication relay services via an adapted Earth and lunar vicinity spacecraft. The study scheduled to conclude in August may influence future requests for proposals, but do not guarantee NASA commitment. Of course not. You can't even fucking get them to commit to take enough surface imagery of possible signs of possible past life, or even get experiments on board landers that would test for signs of possible present extant life. But concurrently, NASA is also seeking proposals for its Mars sample return campaign. See, they're focusing on that bullshit, aimed at retrieving samples from Mars for Earth-based analysis, separate from the commercial services studies. Separate, that's right. There are those in control that really want these samples. That's right. To rob you of more millions and billions, to continue us all on a turtleneck snail-pace speed policy agenda, steering the rovers away from looking for those signs of present extant life, which they could clearly test for. And then when you determine that, then talk to me about looking for possible signs of possible past life. And we already do have those signs from meteorites from Mars to Earth. Just ask Professor Richard Hoover. We got to get him back on this show. So let's go to the next article. I'm going to try to keep it short tonight with only a few articles. But Mars agriculture simulations show promise and challenges. The vision of a permanent human settlement on Mars is drawing closer to reality, and with it, the challenge of ensuring food security for Martian colonists. The reliance on Earth for resupplying food is both impractical and costly, making it imperative to utilize Martian resources for local food production. Yes and no. We could have a constant supply going back and forth to Mars from Earth, creating thousands of jobs. I mean, it could be done. It's not impractical. Maybe a little costly, but that's okay because the rewards and profits thereof will alleviate that mess. That's my opinion. But rovers have initially scoped Martian terrains, setting the stage for human researchers who are better suited for complex tasks. The necessity for fresh food on Mars underscores the importance of in situ bioregenerative food systems, which offer significant advantages in nutrient retention over traditional prepackaged astronaut meals. Fresh foods, particularly those rich in vitamins and antioxidants, which degrade in dehydrated foods, are essential for maintaining health in harsh conditions. Well, again, in those space tugs, as it was, or resupply ships that we could, again, and consistently could also be growing the food on those ships as they get to Mars. Think about it. But anyway, without that, yes, of course, these things are very important to have solved. I agree. But come on, let's think a little more ingenuitively here. Additionally, engaging in gardening has been recognized as a beneficial activity for mental health during extended space missions, providing relief from stress and enhancing psychological well-being. That's right, you got to pack a lot of that Martian mean green to smoke as well to help with that. But this study explored the feasibility of soil-based food production in Martian conditions using an intercropping system with pea, carrot, and tomato. Well, here's the thing, too. We could bring a shitload of soil on these space tugs to Mars to also use as a basis in order to try to blend them with the Martian surface as well, and to enrich the Martian soil to help roots thrive within them as well, if it can be done. Those tests needs to be done on the surface as well. Yes, we need to bring our own soil too. That could help. But don't forget, we have aquaponics and hydroponics that could also be used. But again, this study explored the feasibility of soil-based food production in Martian conditions using an intercropping system with pea, carrot, and tomato. The experiment involved different soil types, including Mars regolith simulant, and assessed factors such as biomass, yield, and nutrient content. While intercropping showed potential advantages, challenges like the absence of necessary bacterial nodulation in Mars regolith highlighted the complexities of Martian agriculture. Again, bring our own soil and mix it with the regolith of the Martian soil, right? We need experiments on that. But intercropping was beneficial for tomatoes, but less so for peas and carrots in the Martian simulant due to harsh soil conditions that hinder bacterial survival and function. In lighter, more favorable soil conditions like sand, intercropping significantly exceeded the performance of monocropping. This finding suggests that with adjustments to enhance Martian soil conditions for bacterial nodulation, intercropping could become a viable strategy for efficient and sustainable agriculture on Mars. See, there's very many things that could be done, especially if you have a green thumb. You know, you could also use cocoa coir, all right, and bring nutrients in, and the nutrients that we will make there, we will use from excrements or other biodegradables and mix in with the regolith as well as soil together and separate to see and study the regolith and how we can make it suitable for root growing. I don't know why they're not talking about that. They're making it seem like these great ideas, but so fucking far-fetched and so far long out before any application becomes a reality to us. The majority of us will be dead by then. But this one, again, and this is also, you know, in my opinion, could connect to growing our own food, as manganese discovery on Mars suggests ancient Earth-like conditions. Researchers using the ChemCam instrument on NASA's Curiosity Not So Curious rover have found significant amounts of manganese in the sedimentary rocks of Mars's Gale crater. This discovery suggests that these minerals were deposited by ancient bodies of water, such as rivers, deltas, or lakes, according to findings published in the Journal of Geophysical Research. Planets. It is difficult for manganese oxide to form on the surface of Mars, so we didn't expect to find it in such high concentrations in a shoreline deposit, said Patrick Gazda of Los Alamos National Laboratory Space Science and Applications Group and lead author of the study. On Earth, these types of deposits happen all the time because of the high oxygen in our atmosphere produced by photosynthetic life and from microbes that help catalyze these manganese oxidation reactions. Well, don't forget, biological processes of life was already discovered in 1976, 4,000 miles apart, with the Viking lander labeled release experiments. They don't want to focus on that. They want to forget about that because it would make a lot of this moot. This would be going in a different direction. But on Mars, we don't have evidence for life. Bullshit, you see? And the mechanism to produce oxygen in Mars's ancient atmosphere is unclear. So how the manganese oxide was formed and concentrated here is really puzzling. Let me tell you something also about the Martian regolith. It is not sand. Okay? It's not sand per se. A lot of it is iron oxide dust. What's iron oxide? Figure it out. Plus, the atmosphere of Mars does have some oxygen, but we do have means to make oxygen. Also, how? By bringing plants and setting up a lot of trees and other scientific process machineries that could maybe mass produce them. There's a lot of things that could be done if and when life is quote unquote officially discovered instead of hushed under a rug just to keep rolling over it without getting us the truth or the answers. But again, on Mars, we don't have evidence for life. And the mechanism to produce oxygen in Mars's ancient atmosphere is unclear. So how the manganese oxide was formed and concentrated here is really puzzling. Geez, the only thing that we know is that, life helps do a lot of this, but there is no life. There's no evidence of life. Never mind, again, the Vikings, but these findings point to larger processes occurring in the Martian atmosphere or surface water and shows that more work needs to be done to understand oxidation on Mars, Gazda added. Again, everything to steer away from bringing life detection experiments and finding out the simple questions first to answer the fucking question and how to understand the oxidation on Mars. Remember, there's a lot of iron oxide. So obviously there was a lot of oxidation going on Mars. And remember, iron oxide is what? Rust. A lot of heavy metal there on Mars. But developed by Los Alamos and CNES, the French Space Agency, ChemCam employs a laser to vaporize rock surfaces and analyze the resulting plasma for its elemental composition. The team studied a variety of sediments in the crater, including sands, silts, and muds. They noted that the sandy sediments, being more porous, allowed groundwater to move through them more readily than the finer muds that dominate the lake beds. They explored how manganese enrichment could occur in these sands, possibly through groundwater movement near a lake or delta, and what oxidants could be involved in manganese precipitation within these rocks. On Earth, manganese is often concentrated by oxygen in the atmosphere, a process frequently accelerated by microbial activity, you see? On Earth, let me read that again. Manganese is often concentrated by oxygen in the atmosphere, a process frequently accelerated by microbial activity. Microbes utilize the various oxidation states of manganese for energy. If ancient Mars hosted life, the high manganese content in these lakeshore rocks could have been a crucial energy source. The Gale Lake environment, as revealed by these ancient rocks, gives us a window into a habitable environment that looks surprisingly similar to places on Earth today. Isn't that interesting, said Nina Lanza, principal investigator for the ChemCam instrument. Manganese minerals are common in the shallow oxic waters found on lake shores on Earth, and it's remarkable to find such recognizable features on ancient Mars. On ancient Mars. Well, remember, you're also looking and roving around on present Mars, but you're not looking for any signs of possible extant present life. You see what's wrong with the picture? In essence, they're trying to give you science, and they're leaving out the scientific process of getting the fucking questions answered. You see, by a turtleneck snail pace speed policy agenda, avoiding to get the main thing that obviously needs to be tested for again and replicated again. The discovery of biological life on Mars that they're ignoring. So this next article, NASA Mars Analog Crew approaches mission conclusion. The initial crew in the year-long NASA Mars Analog mission at the Chapea Crew Health and Performance Exploration Analog facility has reached the 300-day milestone. Initiated on June 25, 2023 at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, the mission is slated for completion on July 6, 2024. This team, consisting of 4 volunteers, has been immersed in a series of activities designed to simulate Mars exploration. Over the duration, they conducted various simulated Mars walks, cultivated and consumed fresh salad crops alongside their regular diet of shelf-stable foods, and managed both habitat and equipment maintenance. NASA's broader objective includes the Artemis missions, aiming for sustained lunar exploration and science. Again, they're trying to put the moon first. Again, turtlenecks, the outpace speed policy agenda, where they claim that the moon must be achieved and had first before really doing this shit on Mars. We do not need the moon in order to go to Mars and what needs to be done on Mars. There could be helpful applications and doing both simultaneously to benefit each other. I agree, but that's not their plan. Why? Because they're lying. That's why. But these missions are set to achieve several firsts, landing the first woman, here we go, the first person of color, go woke, get broke, assholes, and the first international partner astronaut on the moon. The technology developed for the Artemis missions will also support NASA's long-term goal of manned Mars missions. See? Leveraging both lunar experiences and terrestrial simulations like Chapea to prepare for these future endeavors. Oh, isn't that special? And these things are important and needing to be done, but you see how they're pushing it, the agenda and the narrative of how that this must progress. And I disagree with it. And we don't need it in order to achieve Mars, okay? Which will bring me to this last article. Is where I've been hinting at it throughout this show. As ex-NASA engineer claims agency concealed evidence for decades. India now's a space exploration. Mars has always occupied a place of wonder and speculation. The red planet, which is not just red, there's a lot of colors, but with its stark landscapes and thin atmosphere, tantalizes scientists with the possibility of life beyond our world. The possibility of life beyond our world. No definitives. We can't give you any definitives. No. Recently, an intriguing narrative has resurfaced, shedding light on the Viking missions of the 1970s and the relentless pursuit by NASA to uncover the secrets of Mars. Bullshit. They ran in their relentless pursuit to cover up those secrets of Mars that they did not expect to discover. And that comes from the creator of the controlled label release experiment aboard that detected life by Dr. Gil Levin, who we had on this show. And God rest his soul. He's the one that said that they didn't expect it. They were surprised. They didn't want to find life. It was a scam. They wanted to scam America and milk the millions and billions. But the Viking missions launched by NASA in the mid-70s marked a significant milestone in our quest to explore Mars. These missions not only demonstrated the feasibility of landing on the Martian surface, but also conducted the first direct search for life. Dr. Gilbert Levin, a former NASA engineer involved in the Viking missions, has reignited the debate around these endeavors with claims that life was indeed discovered on Mars, findings that were purportedly obscured from the public view. Indeed, and listeners to this show could appreciate and honor the fact that we had Dr. Gil Levin on with us a few times, and his passion and his knowledge and his mindset as sharp as a tack regards to the experiments themselves as well as to the findings. Never has he deviated. In fact, the studies for the signs of possible past life that they had discovered using these mediocre experiments, what I mean by that is experiments not meant to detect life, have confirmed organics. But the discovery of liquid water on Mars by the Viking orbiters was a revelation, suggesting that life, as we understand it, could potentially exist on the red planet. Potentially. Oh, well, let's get the fucking answer! And publicly and correctly. Without any suppression, without any obfuscation, without any political control. But this discovery laid the groundwork for subsequent missions and advancements in Mars exploration, including the possibility of human landings utilizing technology from the Viking and Apollo missions. Fuck Apollo again from the Viking. Yes, the labeled release experiments. But despite the groundbreaking achievements of the Viking missions, the search for life on Mars has been fraught with challenges and controversies, mainly because of NASA themselves debunking it and avoiding the issue of replicating those tests from the Viking landers of the controlled label release experiments, that they do not want to put on any more light detection experiments to confirm those. But anyway, the experiments conducted by the Viking landers are designed to detect microbial life, yielded results that sparked debate within the scientific community. Yes, and even more and more have come openly saying that they believe that Dr. Gill's experiment of the labeled release has, in fact, discovered life, and all the more with the organics, and again, now the manganese. What other proofs do you fucking need to put on a light detection experiment? But while Gil Levin and others interpret these findings as evidence of life, see, this is where they try to kick Dr. Gil in the balls. Again, while Levin and others interpret these findings as evidence of life, many experts argue that the results were inconclusive, prompting a need for further investigation. Then why haven't they further investigated? All they have to do is send even an upgraded, modified labeled release experiment with microscopes, with other things that Dr. Gil Levin had proposed up teen times, the last one being sent home to him by NASA in a cab. They didn't even want to open it. Now he's dead and gone. We need to make a mission. I had Dr. Ron Levin, his son, on, and we want to make that dream come true for his father's legacy, as well as for us all, as he was a pioneer of Mars and of the Martian revelation, especially where it comes to discovering life on Mars. But the question of life on Mars remains one of the most captivating in space exploration. As we prepare for future missions, yeah, right, including manned expeditions to the Martian surface, why don't we send light detection experiments on board before manned expeditions? But you want to bring this shit back to Earth? But the lessons learned from Viking and subsequent research are invaluable. Ensuring the safety of astronauts and the integrity of scientific inquiry requires a careful reassessment of past findings and a commitment to rigorous testing. Bullshit, then why won't you put on these light detection experiments and a modified labeled release experiment also to test for the chirality, like Dr. Gill had talked about on this show? They didn't want it, because they know, and it's not their agenda. These assholes at NASA and stuff, they want to also prove Darwinian evolution. And this goes against all of that. But the legacy of the Viking missions and the ongoing quest to discover life on Mars represent the epitome of human curiosity and the drive to explore the unknown. As we stand on the brink of new discoveries, like what without light detection experiments? Well, like what? While passing by and roving over all these artificial-looking features and rubble and sculpturings all around the surface of Mars that many are finding in these various rovers' imagery. They don't want to discover shit. They want to continue milking and bilking and continuing the obfuscation and the lies and the deception on a turtleneck snail pay speed policy agenda to take it away from America and give it to the rest of the world in order for them to achieve those goals and not us. But anyway, as we stand again on the brink of new discoveries, the dialogue between past and present research highlights the importance of transparency. Right. Critical analysis. Right. And the unending quest for knowledge. Oh, give me a fucking break. Then why didn't you put on any of the experiments, especially the ones recommended by Dr. Gil Levin? And it's the most surest test of detecting life as it's currently, even to this day, still used on this Earth. Who you bullshitting? 5 engaging, frequently asked questions. 1, did the Viking missions really find life on Mars? Let's listen to their narrative bullshit. While the Viking missions conducted experiments that suggested the possibility of microbial life, the scientific community has not reached a consensus on these findings. Why? Because they failed to send any more light detection experiments. You figure it out yet? 2, why is liquid water significant for the possibility of life on Mars? Well, why is it on Earth, George? Liquid water is essential for life as we know it. The discovery of water on Mars increases the likelihood that the planet could support life forms, even if only at a microbial level. You see that? But they don't want to send and re-replicate the test done by the Viking landers. Why? So a lot of this is moot. This is dragging on decade after decade without getting the fucking answers we could have already had 3 rovers ago. 3, what has NASA done since Viking to search for life on Mars? Yes, what? Let's hear this. NASA has launched numerous missions to Mars since Viking, including rovers and orbiters, to study the planet's geology, climate, and potential. Potential for supporting life. How about actually checking for fucking life? Why are they leaving that out, thinking that we're not smart enough? And we will, yeah, they're really out on us. They're really looking for life. Bullshit. Because then that would have been in here. So what has NASA done since Viking, the search for life on Mars? Nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. Do you see this yet? You see, I get into these news things because, and it pees me off because they think we are stupid, and many of us are, I guess, because we're brainwashed and we're not being taught the truth. We're being taught their so-called mainstream science narratives that they want you to accept as biblical fucking science, and it's far from science. Even Dr. Gill agreed with me on that. 4. Why is there controversy over the Viking findings? The results of the Viking experiments were intriguing but not definitive. Really? But yet you won't send light detection experiments on board, even with the same labeled release experiment and an upgraded labeled release experiment to test both side by side, reduplicate the replications from Viking, and get visuals and other tests that could be done again to look for the chirality. Why won't they do it? So what? Yeah, why is there controversy over the Viking findings? Because NASA fucked us. And they want to continue fucking us. Do you like getting fucked this way? I sure don't. I don't have the time to live forever by the time they announce life on Mars, let alone what we're looking down, let's say, at Cydonia, for example, and do not land something there and do all these tests and so much other important and fascinating and inspiring and imaginative experiments and viewings that we already should have been at years ago. So why is there controversy over the Viking findings? Because NASA didn't expect to find life, according to Dr. Gill. It was a scam. They were pissed, and they kicked him in the balls, and then they kicked us all in the balls. Now they were cutting them all off, right? Cut them all off. No more balls for you. No balls for you. What are the implications of finding life on Mars is number 5. Discovering life on Mars would have profound implications for our understanding of biology, the origins of life, and the potential for life elsewhere in the universe. Would it? Would it really? Discovering life on Mars would have profound implications for our understanding of biology, the origins of life, and the potential for life elsewhere in the universe. Yeah, those implications would mean that life is fucking universal, wouldn't it? It would also raise important ethical and safety considerations for future missions. Bullshit! Now when you're trying to send this shit in caches back to Earth, you see what I mean? You see why I get so mad? Can you see why I get so mad? They think we are fucking stupid! The implications of finding life on Mars means what? Bitch, we going to Mars! We going. They don't want us going. They don't want you knowing, and they don't want you going or growing. Do you see the problem here? And they want to bring back caches, millions and billions, taking forever in a day, to bring samples back to Earth. God knows what's in it. Well, I'm glad this is at the end of the news now because I want to get into the potential worst-case scenarios to a science fiction story of what could possibly go wrong with that? Not saying that it would, but it's given out a sign, pun intended, of the potential life thereof that could affect Earth and humanity in ways that needs to be discovered and found out there, not here, before you bring anything back to Earth. And besides, by the way, assholes, we've had how many meteorites strike the Earth already over the millions of years? How much of that is already incorporated into our chains of life, of so-called evolution, for life to thrive? What changes did it bring with it that added some things with it? These are things to think about, and they're important things to think about. And they want you dumbed down to hear these long-winded answers and all these what seems like intriguing and well thought out scientific ideas, thinking that you're not smart enough to ask the basic questions between the lines, which is where the fucking lie detection experiments to answer most of this bullshit, so you don't have to waste your time writing this bullshit. We'd be at a different position and point in time in the official, transparent discovery of life. You know, I think I ranted and said enough. I think that sets a good segue for us to lead up to the show of which we're going to see tonight of The Outer Limits, Season 1, Episode 1 from 1995, The Sand Kings. So with that being said, I would like you all to please
go to www.thefacesofmars.com. That's www.thefacesofmars.com.
That's right. Scroll down the page and check out the info that's on the page and images and other things to do and see. And definitely click on the link as you scroll down under the information of the Sand Kings. Check out and click on that link for Blue Planet Red. It's a new Mars documentary that's out and ready to watch. Please support the efforts being put forth to help us all usher in the Martian revelation. Again, with Blue Planet Red, a groundbreaking documentary about the life and death on Mars. Mars was like Earth. What happened to it? Yours truly is also seen in this documentary, you know, and from what I hear, there's going to be follow-ups. So yours truly just might be seen in some more, being more focused on the things that are seen and reasoned of why to consider that Mars was once alive, let alone still is. And under that, you can see the video for YouTube I made called I Want the Truth of the Face of Mars. Under that, you can see some high-rise images that we got, a couple of them there. One processed by Neville Thompson of the Cydonia face released from November of last year, as well as from December of last year. 2 high-rise images we got as Christmas gifts last year. After 16 fucking years of only having one other high-rise image. After 16 years, they grace us with 2 more. Oh, thank you very much. You know, another kick in the balls. And under that, check out my processed image for H3253 ND3, Cydonia face in a D&M pyramid area from Mars Express. The exquisite detail, though lower resolution, is definitely high resolution for the resolution size available. Even Jay Widener said, dude, now that's some high res. And we got to get Jay Widener back on this show, by the way. I like that guy. But under that, check out the latest Before Atlantis article from Dr. Mark Carlotto on the alignments of ancient sites, a global survey. And right there alone, if you follow and under that, get his book, Before Atlantis. And beforeatlantis.com, check out his website. He has all these articles that we highlight for him and help push around because it leads a study that goes back long before human recorded history of various polar positions to where various ancient structures on this earth are aligned and pointing to. Again, pre-Adamite. These are incredible things to think about. And under that, you can see various perspective views of the face of Cydonia. We got the true shape of the face from the only image that gives us a correct sun position to get a correct shape from shading from it. Yeah, we've done shape from shading from other images, and so has Dr. Mark Carlotto, especially on the Mars 2001 full face image. But it still didn't show like this. Why? Because the sun was not in the right position for us to get the ideal viewing angle. You can still do a shape from shadow from it, but that don't mean it's going to give an accurate rendering of how it truly sits. Now we have one. The question is, why did NASA allow us one, or did they let it slip through, thinking that no one would do anything with it to even notice that we could use shape from shading to get an accurate viewing of the face? It's very incredible. So check those out. And there's other things to see and do on the page, so at your convenience. So that being said, listeners to this show know we got a motto here. Pack them and smoke them, because you're definitely going to need them when we come back on the Martian Revelation and deal with the Sand Kings.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
Imagine that everything the U.S. government has told you about UFOs since Roswell has been a lie. Imagine that in a decade after Roswell, the government attempted communication with the aliens and succeeded. And after that, in absolute secrecy, things had gone far, far beyond this. Now imagine that tomorrow, the whole secret program is going to fall apart, and every terrible thing is going to come out. All we have left now is a prayer. Morning Star Pass, the collapse of the UFO cover-up, a fictional but unflinching and terrifying look inside the UFO cover-up, the secret government that supports it, and the world of the aliens themselves, and then how the whole secret kingdom ends. Morning Star Pass, a book that pulls no punches and does not sheath the sword unblooded. Morning Star Pass, plunging boldly where no other book has ventured, captures the whole wondrous nightmare that the UFO experience has become, from bizarre experiments performed on helpless abductees, to horrifying mutilations, to beyond, to the world of secret government supported by its own secret police, to the aliens in their secret bases, and finally to the beckoning stars themselves. The book does this by placing the cover-up, humanity, and the Earth in a real cosmos, where humanity and its passions are a part of the universe, not an aberration on it. Then comes the fall of the cover-up, in a climax of violence and desperation, to leave the human race facing the multi-hued stars with eyes open and seeking its place in them. The sands of time have run out for the cover-up, for against it, leading an army of investigators and warriors, comes Cassandra Chen, beautiful, driven, and doomed. Who can save her and us? Haha, you'll have to read it to find out. Morning Star Pass, The Collapse of the UFO Cover-Up by Victor Norgard. Get yours today. You can find this at www.firstbooks.com.
Yeah.
till the day was gone, and I sat in regret of all the things I've done, for all that I've blessed and all that I've wronged, in dreams until my death I will wander on. In your house, I long to be. Roam by roam, patiently I'll wait for you there. Like a stone, I'll wait for you there.
I'll
What an honor to be before you. The Nobel Prize. You must know I didn't do it alone. Although research is a lonely business, but I must share this with my family, my wonderful family, my wife, my son. Would you please stand? To be honored in your presence is a very humbling experience. Oh, to be in the presence of those scientific ghosts from the past. Darwin, Einstein.
The pretenders talking in the balance, but it doesn't have that old familiar ring. And I see there's been some changes in the valley. All the renegades have finally settled down, and now they worship in the temple. Voices singing, taking care of the chosen ones. Can't you hear all those missionaries this way?
Simon Kress?
Morning, Dr. Kress.
Morning, Clarice. Morning, Clarice. Anything new for me?
MI scan detects 67 new eggs in a 12-hour frame.
Is that right?
If gestation periods hold constant, we'll have a new generation by 2,300 hours.
Oh, very little suckers. All right. Up and at 'em, boys. It might be midnight on Mars. Sure as hell morning here. Maintain steady lightning intervals. Okay, let's see what we got. Nothing new in 51. Let's go next door. 26W is the same. No population increase there. Oh, yeah. That's very nice. There. Wait. Bring up the terrain GIS from last night's sweep. I want a full comparison.
All security personnel, organism detected level 3. Decontam sector 4.
Level 3? That's on the surface.
Number 1. Intercept and neutralize. Repeat, intercept and neutralize.
Neutralize. I've got to get into the ventilation system.
But that's a closed system. That's impossible.
They can't annihilate them. I spent 5 years with these bugs.
Dr. Chris!
I can retrieve him!
This is a quarantine event. You're in violation of procedure! Dr. Chris!
I know you're in here. Where are you?
There is nothing wrong with your television. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are now controlling the transmission. We control the horizontal and the vertical. We can deluge you with 1,000 channels or expand one single image to crystal clarity and beyond. We can shape your vision to anything our imagination can conceive. We will control all that you see and hear. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the deepest inner mind to the outer limits. Some of man's greatest achievements have been motivated by a driving need for love and acceptance. What happens when that need for recognition becomes a desire to be revered and then worshipped like a god?
Dave, what the hell was I supposed to do?
Simon, that damn thing was practically topside.
He got to level 3.
No,
That's
it's
hardly
practically
topside.
That is close enough.
I suppose the government suits want a whole new decon routine implemented.
No, we never talked about that.
They don't want a procedural review, do they? Dave, you know what that would do to the timetable.
Simon, they're shutting us down. They're shutting us down. They want the remaining life forms cryoed and transferred immediately to Deep Store in Nevada. And all research consolidated and immediately classified as priority since
They can't.
It's over. The whole thing's finished.
They can't do this to me. I created them. They're mine.
Everyone acknowledges your contributions, Simon.
Contributions? I created life. If it weren't for me, you'd still be sitting on a bunch of dried up eggs, as dead as the rest of the Martian soil brought back by that damn Mars lander. I'm filing a report.
Well, there's no one left to file,
I'm
too,
not gonna
Simon. This whole thing comes from the President of the United States. I mean, you can't go over
Then
his
I'll go
head.
to the public.
Don't talk like that. Don't even joke about it, Simon. An alien organism came within 20 feet of contaminating the Earth's biosphere.
The M17 biotics are not just organisms.
Do you have any idea what kind of a shit scare that caused in Washington?
They're not just organisms, they're intelligent beings.
Ah, that's just conjecture. You know it as well as I do.
The organism that those idiots incinerated was the latest generation. He learned how to evade the security measures. Don't you know what that means?
Yes, but they're very unsafe. And unfortunately, the committee feels the same about you. You're not being me assigned.
So, after 9 years, you're just gonna fire me, that's it?
Look, I'm sorry.
What's your next move, Dave? Maybe in a couple of years, you might just resurrect the project, this time with you at the helm?
I'm not gonna reward that with a response, Simon. Except to say that any breach of security will mark you as a high risk.
What's that supposed to mean?
Don't find out.
Simon, you scared me to death. You're home early.
Oh, we're in a holding pattern on some tests.
You know I don't like you to look at my stuff before it's done.
Didn't see a thing. So, those are the new windows for the courthouse, huh?
Well, they will be if City Council approves my design.
They'll be lucky to get you.
Thank you. Did you see Josh?
No.
Well, I'm worried about him.
Why?
Because he spends too much time alone in the dark.
So do I.
But he's 10. It's not normal.
Cheers. Who's normal?
You okay?
No.
Because you seem kind of out of it more than usual.
I'm just a little burnt out, that's all.
Your dad's coming for dinner tonight.
Oh, wonderful.
He called. He wants to see Josh. He's lonely, Simon.
Yeah, that's because no one can stand to be around him for more than 15 minutes.
The deadly reign of arachnothoid has begun!
Dad, Mom! This stuff looks awesome!
Great!
When do we get to see it?
Not till I add the music and sound effects.
Ah. Well, see, there's the problem. 3 perfectionists in one household. Good.
Make that 4.
Hi, Grandpa!
Hi there, Chip. We got a surprise for you.
I don't know if I'm ready for this.
Cool! Look what Grandpa got me!
Oh, come on.
I I know. You didn't want me to get him one, but the little guy kept eyeing me from the store window. I just couldn't resist.
We got to talk about this.
Tell me that is not a real dog in my living room.
You will learn to love him, Kathy.
This is a very bad idea.
No, it isn't. Every boy should have a dog.
But Kathy works, I work, and who's going to take care of him? I mean, Josh, you can't
He'll
count
be
on Josh.
great for Josh. He'll help make him more sociable.
I love him, Grandpa. What's his name?
Well, you're going to have to give one. Huh? You were saying? So, they still working on that, what do you call it? That moon rock thing.
Not moon rocks, Martian soil samples.
Brought back by the Mars lander.
And you're doing some sort of research on them, right?
No, we're studying how Earth life interacts with Martian terrain.
It's amazing how the government spends our money these days.
Yeah, there's never a good war around when you need one, huh, Colonel? Oh, it's too bad we're not invading someone. That'd be a shot in the arm to the old economy.
Oh, Josh, you're not feeding that dog, are you?
But he's real hungry, Mom.
I know, but your grandpa brought you a big bag of dog food. It's out on the porch. You want to feed him, get a handful of that.
Come on.
So, looks like your present is a big hit.
Oh, well, kids and dogs, they're made for each other. What was the name of that dog that you had when you were a kid, Simon?
Cowboy. And he wasn't mine, he was David's.
He was?
Yeah, he was.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You didn't care much for pets, did you? But David sure did. Yeah, I remember now. He really suffered when Cowboy died.
How did Cowboy die?
He dug a hole under the fence, got into some traffic.
Well, I sure hope we're not setting Josh up for a trauma like that.
Trauma is a part of life. The sooner a boy is introduced to it, the sooner he'll be able to deal with it. And when David finally came out of his room, a small part of him had become a man.
Oh, maybe Josh will get lucky and his dog will get hit by a car.
Simon?
I'll see you later, champ.
Bye, Grandpa.
Hey, how about this for a name? Cowboy.
Cowboy? Cool. Cowboy!
Hey, thanks for that good dinner, Kathy.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
And you better take some time off from work. You seem a little stressed.
Maybe I will.
Get rid of that damn ponytail. Well, he's a grown man, for God's sake.
What a guy.
I just think he could have handled it better.
I've been handling it all my life, Kath. Never changes.
I know, but he's your father, and he's old.
He's only old when it comes to me. He knew whose dog it was. You think he can't remember where I work? He just loves to piss on what I do. I'm not David. Didn't make the all-star team in Little League. Didn't win any trophies for swimming and football. Didn't become an F-4 pilot. Didn't die for my country. Just read my books. Kept to myself. Big disappointment to him.
No, I don't think that you are a disappointment. I think he's proud of you. Men like him don't know how to express themselves.
I don't need his approval.
Maybe he's waiting for you to get a Nobel Prize.
Yeah. Simon says, give me a kiss. Take your clothes off. Didn't say Simon says.
Let there be light. And there was.
Dr. Krass is coming through. Affirmative.
I'm sorry, we can't do that.
Damn it, clear it with Stockley.
So why are you here, Simon?
I want to supervise the cryo storage.
It's not necessary at all. They've got extremely capable personnel working on it.
I'm sure they do, but this is my work. If something goes wrong, they're going to point the finger at me, and maybe you.
Nothing's going to go wrong, Simon.
Dave, if they're going to close the book on my life, at least let me make sure it's done right. Listen, last night, I said some things I didn't mean.
Forget it.
Just let me do this. Just let me do this. All right? Tomorrow I'll be history.
Okay. All right. But you just supervise only. Simon, this could mean my ass. Supervise only.
Take care of the mobiles. Prepare for transport. I'll alert Team 2 that the soil is ready for perching. We're clear.
Dr. Kress, please return to security.
Yeah.
The lunchbox, please. The thermos, too.
No problem.
Thank you.
Waste of good coffee.
Simon? I believe you have something belongs to us. Your ID tag. They said you forgot to turn it in. Yeah. Thanks. Now listen, if there's anything you need, Simon, anything at all, don't hesitate to call.
You'll be the first.
Okay.
Welcome home. Entry number 1. Have established visual confirmation of the presence of eggs within the soil. The next stage will be to introduce the embryos into a controlled environment. Viability, of course, depends on fact.
Other than that, school's okay? Why don't you take Cowboy out back, let him run around for a little while? Bet he could use it after the vet.
Okay.
Simon?
Come on, Cowboy. Come on.
Simon?
Cowboy! Come on, Cowboy. Where are you going?
Hey, you're home early. What happened?
Nothing happened. What?
Something happened, didn't it?
Oh, just a little downtime with the equipment. I didn't want to lose momentum, so I'm doing some of the research at home.
Where, in the barn?
Yeah.
You're joking.
No, actually, it's not a bad place to work.
You're not doing anything dangerous in there, are you?
What are you talking about? How'd the presentation go?
It's on Thursday. Today is...
Monday.
Is that my stained glass?
Oh, yeah, I used some of the stuff you were going to throw out to patch up the broken windows. Looks good, huh?
Yes, but this is really not
Don't worry. Relax. I won't give up my day job.
The reign of Arachnoid has ended! Long live the Caninosaur! Cowboy! Your career is over! Cowboy! 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 Dad! Dad!
Josh, what are you doing in here?
I was looking for you.
Come on.
I need some help with my movie.
I don't want you going in there.
Why?
Because I'm doing some very important work. I don't want to see you in the barn again. You understand?
Why can't I help?
Because you can't, and that's the end of it. I don't want you telling your mom what you saw in there. Okay? You hear me?
Yeah.
It's a surprise.
Surprise?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, go on. Make your movie.
Cowboy Tom.
You're still my best buddy. You know that, don't you?
Afternoon, Simon.
Dave. Missed me already, huh?
Say that. How's it going? You keeping busy?
Taking some time off, doing a little soul searching.
That's good. Good. You know, I'm doing a little searching myself.
What for? A new job?
No. 265 grams of Martian soil.
Oh, Dave. I hate to break it to you, but you're on the wrong planet.
265 grams. That was the discrepancy that the mass comparison analysis found when we transferred the habitat to storage.
Maybe one of those crack technicians you hired made off with a souvenir.
Well, the agency boys put it down to computation error, but I just think they were in a mad rush to wrap it up as quick as they could. You know me and my figures. If they don't match up, it just gets me wondering. Guess there's a small part of scientist in me after all.
I've always said that, Dave. A very small part.
Did you steal that soil, Simon?
Why the hell would I want to do that?
There were eggs in that soil.
I get all the eggs I need from the supermarket.
Okay, cut the crap and just give me a straight answer.
All right, I'll give you one. You got your head up your ass, David. My interest in the project ended when I drove off the compound for the last time. Ain't nothing but a shitty memory to me, Dave.
You and the agency. Is that straight enough for you?
Yeah. I'm still truly sorry what happened to you, Simon, but you're making it awful tough to stay on the same team. See you, Simon.
Log entry number 7. I estimate a total of 10 hatchings. I anticipate 30 more within the next 10 hours. The activity within the environment continues to intensify. I'm ready to commence regular feeding. I expect the first mobile will break the surface in a week. I believe that the Sand Kings can attain intelligence. I define this by the ability to reason. I can prove this. Son, I told you this is off limits.
I know, Dad, but we gotta talk.
Give me a few more minutes. I'm right in the middle of something.
But how can we be best buddies if we never hang out together?
Just let me finish my work.
You always say that. It never happens.
Buddy, hey, buddy, don't walk away, man.
Forget that buddy stuff.
Josh, son, don't walk away from me when I'm talking to you.
What do you want?
I want to spend time with you. I just...
Don't worry about it.
Son. Can you keep a secret?
Yeah, why?
I need you to help me with something. But you're gonna have to do exactly as you're told. Serious business.
What are you talking about?
How would you like to help me out in the barn?
Yes!
No, the date I've always been working with is Thursday. Nobody ever told me anything except Thursday. I mean, well, I guess it doesn't matter much. What they told me is that you need something today. No, it's not a problem because my husband's here and he can watch my son, and it won't be a full rendering that I would be showing you. Right. Okay. Well, so I'll be there in an hour and a half. Great. Bye.
Trace him over there. That's right. Got a good shot there?
Yeah, recording.
You sure it's in focus?
Dad, please. I'm not a tourist.
It's important that it's recorded clearly.
You handle your worms, I'll handle the
All right.
photography.
Move the camera up. Get me in a close-up.
Why?
Will you get me in a close-up? Right here. Okay. The organisms will now be given 1 cube of synthesized protein.
They don't seem too interested. What else do they eat?
Practically anything.
How about Mrs. Thompson's cat?
I don't think so. Now proceeding to the live subject. There we are. You sure you want to watch this? Man your camera. All right. Bombs away.
Bombs away. What are they?
They're very special. I call them Sand Kings. They're from very far away. I think they share a hive mind.
What's that?
Well, it means they kind of work together, but they're controlled by one individual, most likely the queen.
Like bees and ants?
Well, no. The Sand Kings. The Sand Kings are much more than bees and ants. I think they're smart. Like people. I've been testing them. Mom's gonna be home any minute, and I haven't even started dinner.
Dad, Mom's not gonna be too thrilled with this.
Now, you let me worry about that. In the meantime.
I know.
What?
It's a secret.
Good boy.
So the city council tentatively approved my design for the windows.
Hey.
Yes. But they want to see a rendering by Friday.
Ah, great, honey.
Yeah, congratulations, Mom.
Thank you. However, it means I'm going to be really, really busy.
No problem. I got things under control around here.
So what did you do in school today?
Nothing.
Sounds educational. How about you? How's it going?
I got a lot done. I'm keeping a handle on the work. I should be pretty much up to speed when the lab's up and running again.
Lucky how it worked out. You'll be around here this week to keep an eye on Josh.
Yeah. It's weird how things happen sometimes.
Weird, real weird. Really, really weird.
Weird. Damn. Entry number 17. The Sand Kings have displayed an... They've displayed an ability to mimic terrestrial formations. Now, while this could indicate some form of intellect at work, it does not necessarily demonstrate the ability to reason. So I've decided on a change.
Mr. Kress.
Yeah.
Sign here, please.
All the pieces have been pre-cut, right?
Yeah, all you gotta do is slap them together. It's gonna be some fish tank, huh?
I like my seafood fresh.
Well, for what you're paying, certainly hope you're raising caviar.
All right, boys and girls, welcome to the promised land.
Yeah. They're both great, but this amber's perfect. Will you order me some?
Oh, sure. Must be nice having Simon home.
Yeah.
You don't seem too happy about it.
Take it from me, whether he's at home or at work these days, he's in another world.
Well, that's weird.
What?
The computer won't accept your card.
Why?
It says it's over the limit.
Well, no way. It's a screw up.
No, I ran it through twice. You know, I'm supposed to cut it up. Do you want to call the card company or something?
Yeah, I do. Get out of my way.
Wait, Kat.
No, I want to know what the hell's
Okay,
going
let
on in
me
there.
explain
oh,
first.
Yeah. Explain, Simon. Explain to me why there are over $25,000 worth of purchases on our credit cards.
I got it
Purchases
worked
that
out.
I knew nothing about. And then when you're done explaining that, try to tell me how you're going to pay for them when we can barely pay for our house.
I've got it worked out. Believe me, I wouldn't have done what I did without a reason.
No!
Kath! Listen to me. Kathy. Kath! Kath! Give me your hand. Now, give me your hand. Kathy! Get out of there. Take my hand. Come on. Give me your hand. Come on, Jane. You're all right. You're right. We found them in the sand brought back by the Mars lander.
Found what?
Eggs. No bigger than a pinhead. They've been lying dormant for millions of years till I found the right combination to initiate gestation.
So you've been lying to me? Is that what you've been doing up at Mount Carmel and not analyzing soil samples?
It was a classified project, Kath, the highest clearance. We couldn't talk to anyone from the outside about it. It wasn't my choice.
So what are they doing in my barn?
They killed the project, Kath.
They killed the project? Why?
I wasn't given a reason. I just told to shut down. Maybe they thought the public would never be ready. I don't know. But on the day I was to leave, I took a sample of the soil.
Oh, Simon.
Hey, they're not going to take that
Well,
away
they
from
can't
me.
stay here. They're dangerous.
No, they're not. The Sand Kings are intelligent, and if they keep evolving at this rate, there's no limit to what we can learn from them. Josh has been recording.
Josh! You got Josh mixed up in this?
It's perfectly safe.
How can it be safe? The government's trying to destroy these sane things.
They don't understand.
Neither do I.
No! It's a chance to make my mark, Kat. I can announce the discovery of extraterrestrial life.
Then announce it now.
No. First, I'm taking them to the point of true, measured intelligence. Have faith in me, Kat. I want you there with me.
Josh? Time for bed.
Just a few more seconds, Mom.
Not tonight, bud. Here we go. Give him some room there. There we go.
Why are you mad at Dad?
Why do you say that?
I heard rumors.
Everything's okay, I promise. But those sand things worry me.
Sand Kings, Mom.
Excuse me. It's just, you know how afraid I am of bugs? Remember that time we're driving and there's this huge spider on the dashboard?
It was a daddy longlegs.
Well, it may have been a daddy longlegs, but it nearly made me drive off the road.
But I like helping Dad. He said we might win the Nobel Prize.
Nobel. Bet you do. Anyway, you promise be careful.
Okay. Night, Mom.
Baby. Oh, what a mess.
This is entry 24. This is entry 24. This is entry 24, the 8th day. This is entry 24, the 8th day of the project, the 9th. The Sand Kings of Division. This is entry 24 on the 8th day of the project, the 19th generation. The Sand Kings are differentiated into two distinct species, one red in coloration, the other white. I have begun to distinguish certain individuals among the two species. They seem to have taken to their new habitat quite nicely, and it's my hope that the increase in size of the habitat will stimulate the production of eggs by the two queens. Now, I can verify that theory by the following data. Just give me a moment. I'll be right with you. Charlton has to eat your heart out. Kathy. Listen. Kathy, I've done it. I've done it. The Nobel Prize. Words cannot describe my appreciation. What an honor to stand before you, illustrious people. I'd like to thank my wonderful family.
Josh, let's go, bud. Breakfast is on the table. I gotta run.
Kathy.
I'm late, Simon.
Listen to me. I've done it.
So what?
What I was talking about yesterday. Listen, listen.
Cowboy's gone. He wasn't in my room when I woke up.
Are you kidding? Did you look under the bed and everywhere?
I looked all over.
Probably off chasing squirrels or something.
Oh,
Kathy,
honey, that's
listen to me.
Simon, give it a break. There's a crisis. Now, come on, honey. We'll go outside. We'll take a look around the neighborhood.
Listen. Kathy? Kathy! Go look for the damn dog! I don't believe it.
Cowboy!
Come on, cowboy. You in there?
Cowboy!
You didn't get your breakfast. I have to go, Josh. I got my presentation today.
Okay.
Maybe your dad will help you before you go to school. See you later.
Cowboy! Cowboy!
Dave Stockley, please. Simon Kress. I'll hold.
Simon, Dave Stockley. Simon.
Nothing goes in, nothing goes out. Got that? You hungry again? Too bad. From now on, it's survival of the fittest. You only get what I give you. No more manna from heaven. Forget it.
So the committee took another design. I didn't get the job. Did you hear me?
I heard you. We'll just have to take out a loan, that's all.
Take out a loan. I don't think there's a bank on the planet that's going to give us another loan. Yeah. I would really love to know what goes through your mind. I tell you that a project I've been working on for 6 months just got rejected, and we'll take out a loan. You don't even say I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Great.
You ready, Mom?
Sure, honey.
Where are you going?
To look for the dog. You remember Cowboy, don't you?
Entry 31. Structure is approximately 90 centimeters in height, 120 centimeters in width. Fabricated after the initial damage to the Sand King Castle. Estimated time for construction, 12 hours. Purpose of the structure is unknown. If you think my face is gonna get you food, you got another thing coming. And you red guys, you better get with the program.
Now don't go getting a big head.
Oh, shit! Ow! You bastard! Ow! Oh!
Oh, shit. Oh. 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 Shit. Preliminary analysis of sand king venom reveals presence of microorganisms. Now, it's unknown what the effect of those microorganisms is within the human bloodstream. As a result, the possibility of infection is almost impossible to engage. To gauge. Only time will tell. As far as the new constructions are concerned, I can only speculate as to their purpose. Either they're an extension of the Sand King's ability to build specific forms, or maybe they're a form of worship. Maybe they are an attempt at some sort of appeasement. And whether this is an indication of intelligence, I don't know.
Oh my God.
You still call me Simon?
Simon, what are you doing?
Simon says.
Simon says.
Let's play. Simon says, look behind you. Now, open the curtain.
Simon says!
How long has this been going on?
All week now. He's completely shut himself into the barn. And he won't let anyone in, not even Josh. And it's like we don't even exist when he comes out. We barely see him anymore. I don't know. I don't even know who I'm living with anymore.
What's he working on now?
I can't tell you.
What?
I can't.
What is it you want me to do, Kathy?
Well, I thought maybe you could talk to him.
I'm not very good at that. You want to know, we hardly agree on anything. Why me?
You're his father, and I think that deep down I think Simon's doing this for you. No, he wants to accomplish something. He wants you to be proud of him. He wants you to feel about him the way you do about his brother.
Ah, it's ridiculous.
It's the truth. I think that all his life Simon's been trying to get your approval. I'm sorry, I don't mean to yell at you. It's just... Really, you can see that, can't you?
Oh, I don't know about that. And I don't know what my talking to him is going to accomplish either.
Oh, incredible. Devastation. Organisms have been denied food for 36 hours. The first conflict erupted 40 minutes ago. 5 white mobiles attacked a red. It was dismembered and fed to the White Queen. Red retaliation occurred almost instantly. War has been constant. Battle maneuvers extremely sophisticated. I estimate total losses on both sides 20%. Only the strongest and smartest survive. I feel as if the organisms could leave the habitat whenever they desired, and yet they stay, as if to perform for me or to communicate with me. I know and feel that as soon as regular feeding is resumed, that there will evolve a deepening trust between us. Entry 51. The presence of infection confirmed. I will attempt to retard the spread of the microorganisms with use of conventional antibiotics, but their effects are greatly in doubt. The experiment has taken on a life of its own. And it will continue, regardless of what happens to me. Dave, sorry I missed you. You said if I ever needed anything, I should call. However, I think you need me, old buddy. We need each other. We're at a threshold. I can't do this alone. Please come see my surprise tomorrow morning. And Dave, come alone.
Good God.
What do you want?
You look like hell.
Is that why you came here, to tell me I look like hell?
Came here to talk to you.
Talk.
Well, not like this, not through this damn door. Can I come in?
What is it?
Your wife is very worried about you.
What did she tell you?
that you were working on some sort of a secret project and it was driving you crazy.
I'm just working a little harder than usual.
Don't talk to her anymore. Or to Josh.
And she sent you to come here and lecture me about my relationship with my son. Who's crazier, me or her?
I had a good relationship with your brother. Yes. What was it, huh? What happened between us? You're not doing this because, I don't know, because you feel you need to prove yourself to me or anything like that, are you?
You think I'm doing this for you? You poor old bastard. You think the world revolves around you, don't you? You're sick.
David would never have talked to me that way.
No, because he was your little puppet, your little soldier. He'd do anything you wanted him to. Marched off to war for you. Even got himself killed for you. Get out of here. Where were you?
I had an interview for a job.
Bullshit!
What are you talking about?
What am I talking about? He came here, Kath. My father came here.
Oh, he's worried about you.
He was spying on me for you. I thought I could trust you.
Trust? You're talking about trust? You're the one who's been lying to your wife.
You call yourself my wife.
Simon, stop it.
You betrayed me. You
Stop
betrayed
it.
our
Simon!
family.
Simon, you need some help.
All I need is to get you out of my life.
All right! All right. Come on, Josh, we gotta go.
I'm almost done.
Yeah, we'll just take what you need. I'm gonna start packing the car. Come on!
Okay. Want me to say bye to Dad?
No, we're gonna call Daddy from Grandpa's house. Get in the car. Get in the car, Josh. Now. Okay, seatbelt on.
Entry 57. Kathy and Josh are gone. Gone over to the enemy. It's just me now. Just me.
War has been constant. Battle maneuvers extremely sophisticated. I estimate total losses on both sides at 20%. Only the strongest and smartest survive. I feel as if the organisms could leave the habitat whenever they desired, and yet they stay, as if to perform for me or to
This is quite the hobby you got going here, Simon.
Dave.
Got your own little slice of Mars. Sort of brings new meaning to the phrase mad scientist.
I expected you tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I got your message, and I decided to come a little early. You know I like things to add up. Now they do. These castles, do they serve a purpose?
They're used for defense in war.
They war?
Oh, intricate battles. With a proper motivation, of course. Scarcity of food.
How many generations?
33. Did you, did you see the carvings?
Yes. Why you?
I'm the source of life.
God.
Oh, it's all right here, Dave. What mankind has dreamt about for decades, the proof of alien intelligence.
Well, I have to admit, Simon, what you have created is truly unfathomable, really. It's a shame it's gonna have to all disappear.
It is.
What's happened to you? Have you looked at yourself lately? Have you seen what you look like in the mirror? I mean, I don't know what's gonna be harder to clean up, Simon, you or this mess. Simon, with your brilliance, I mean, your genius, how could you create something so dangerous? Listen, I'll do what I can, I promise you. I'll do what I can for you to try and keep you out of jail. Okay?
Thanks, Dave.
Oh, my God. Oh, God.
You talking to me, Dave?
Simon. I won't say anything. I won't say anything, Simon.
You're wrong, Dave. You're gonna scream.
Help! Ooh.
Thanks. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have left him.
You had to. You did the right thing. At least for now.
Yes. He's a good kid, isn't he?
The best.
The Nobel Prize. My feelings are indescribable. I'm so honored to be in this company, to be with you. It's the greatest moment of my life. I'm humbled by the presence of this room, and of course ghosts of the great scientists of the past, Darwin, Einstein. Oh my God, they're all moving. But it's very lonely. Very lonely. No one really knows who I am. Do you? No. There is someone who could tell you who I am. My brother. But he's not here. My father, he deserves my gratitude. He helped me. Helped me. My dear father. But he doesn't like my hair, do you? No. Well. We'll fix that. I have a surprise for you. Where are you? Where are you? There you are. Do you like this better, Father? Perhaps not. For you, dear Father, goodbye. Thanks.
Simon Kress?
Yes, sir.
Sorry to disturb you, but I'm checking up on a Mr. David Stockley. He didn't come home last night, and his wife said he was coming here.
I was expecting him. He never showed up.
About what time were you expecting him?
Around 7?
Do you have any idea where Mr. Stockley may be?
No, sir. I'm sorry. I don't.
You used to work with Mr. Stockley, am I right?
Yes, sir. Dave and I have known each other for years. I hope he's okay. He seemed okay last time I saw him. He's been under a little stress at work, but nothing unusual. You're welcome to look around if you want.
No, I don't think that'll be necessary. I'm sure he'll turn up somewhere, probably with a hangover.
Let me know if I can help out, sir.
Have a nice day.
Yes, sir.
Unit 7, please respond. We have an emergency. Possible 411, 312 East 13.
Roger. I'm on my way.
Time for God to make a second coming.
How you doing, champ? You know, there's some things in life that I just don't have any control over. You know what? Cowboy might still turn up. So hang in there, okay?
Okay, Grandpa.
Yeah. Look at that, huh?
There we go. This looks nice and comfy. Up you go.
I really miss Dad.
Me too. But you're here. So have good sleep. Night-night, honey. Josh? Josh?
What are you doing here? Stay close. It won't hurt me. Get back. Stand back.
Dad!
Stay back, do you hear me?
Dad, come on! Please! Dad!
Stay back. Stand back. I told you. Belong to shoot. Go. What have I done? Come on. Over there. Come on, get up there. Come on, get up there.
Not without you!
Get up there. I mean it. Come on.
Mom! Josh! They're all after Deb, and he won't come out! Simon! Simon!
I'm sorry.
Ivan! Get the car. Hold it. No! Now! Simon, here, take my hand. Simon!
No,
Come on now! Get out of there!
I have to do this.
Simon! Simon!
Go, go, go!
I can't do that! You're my son.
Dad, please, go!
Simon! No!
Dad, please, go.
Where's Simon?
Get ready for Armageddon.
This way. Keep moving.
Increasingly, modern science pursues powers traditionally reserved for the Almighty. But those who encroach upon the province of the gods realize too late that the price for entrance is destruction.
Dean Marshall writes, an awesome, thrilling, intelligent, well-developed adventure. 5 stars. Carolyn Evans says, a gripping read. After 40 years of reading almost every sci-fi piece that comes my way, I love this one for its originality. 5 stars. John Mickelson says, any sci-fi reader that enjoys Mars will not be disappointed. And even if Mars isn't your thing, it's still a great read. 5 stars. According to R.W. Beaulieu, The Ruins of Mars should carry a warning label. It's that difficult to put down. 5 stars. With over 50,000 readers and hundreds of reviews, The Ruins of Mars trilogy is a modern sci-fi classic. And now, for the first time since its publication, you can join the adventure on Audible with a brand new audiobook narrated by Stephen Cooper. Just visit Amazon.com and search The Ruins of Mars, or look for it on Audible.com by searching The Ruins of Mars. That's The Ruins of Mars by Dylan James Quarles.
welcome back, everyone. This is Gary Glacier, your host of Martian Villa, also as the Mad Martian. And you're listening to The Martian Revelation that's still upon you all again now. So, yes, in the heat of the night, indeed. What in the heat of the night? Look what the fires bring. Look what the fire brought. Ain't my case proven? The show hit the nail right on the head. All the news paving up the way, and what makes me so pissed is the potentialities of what could possibly go wrong of bringing back fucking caches from Mars. I think it was really intense. You know what, though? I want to talk about it, though, man, a little bit. And let's share our thoughts. Hopefully, my compadre, co-producer Mean Green is on with us. Mean Green, intense, wasn't it? I don't hear anything. Are you there?
Yeah, I think I got the audio working. Can you hear me?
I can hear you on here. Hopefully everyone does on the stream. So, I guess you need to test that. Let me see.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
All right, yes you are. All right, so intense. What do you think? Do you think that this video and why I wanted to focus on it drove the point home? Hello?
Yes. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I was busy trying to get you on video here, so.
Yeah, that would help a little bit. See my scary face. Which would you prefer, the sand kegs knopping on your nipples? So, but that, again, what a fiery end. He finally woke up. In some ways, it's kind of spooky, man. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but I hope that ain't me. All these fucking years working on this shit, and especially, looking for the search for life on Mars, looking for the things of which has been captured from Mars. And did you notice at the beginning, it showed a little segment of, it was the Viking lander that brought that back from Mars.
Yes. Very interesting because they tend to use information that was already acquired, from previous data that we already had, and they included that in the movie or in the TV show.
Indeed. And the fact that the mission that brought that samples back was a mission to which supposedly stayed there on Mars after grabbing those samples that detected life. It was the Viking lander. So that's pretty incredible, especially what we were focusing on. It's all still going back to that. And that's, even though it's a science fiction story, is that predictive programming? Because of what they want to do in this crazy bullshit idea of bringing shit back here to the Earth, even though it's so many subsurface levels down and made its way up to the third level, 20 feet, he said, to ground level till it got out. He steals the shit. The mad scientist, mad at his boss, like he said. What a way of getting back at their boss. But who finally appreciates you a little bit. And then they get out.
Yeah.
Well, out in the open, out into the world.
Yeah, I think once they consumed it, his boss, I think they reached the next level.
Yeah, they got all fired up, pun intended. And they certainly didn't all reach their end, did they?
No, I think they got bigger, and that's how they were able to get out of there. But it goes back to what I was. You've had the guest on before. Sword, he goes by. Michael Sword.
I spoke to him a couple weeks ago, by the way. But go ahead.
Yeah, and he always said there was always 3 missions. So what if there was actually a 3rd Viking mission?
That had a return trip.
Yeah, it makes you wonder.
Yeah, and therefore this story, in a way, is kind of truth, trying to dispel us the truth, meaning that they were able to bring back samples already, and what they found in them was life, maybe not to that scale of Sand Kings, or maybe, and then just blow it out of proportion, pun intended, in the heat of the night.
Well, the Bridges, the actor, the character, he actually said they like did something to mutate them, or like to make them more adaptable on Earth. I remember them mentioning something like that.
That was really interesting indeed, and especially how to gestate them after hibernation for so long too. So that's a telling thing. What if any of parts of that is truth? Again, predictive programming, and then mixing truth along with bullshit is that the findings of what they got from whatever life they may have brought back or expect to or whatever, that they expect that same type of scenario. Like it's already been proven, according to Professor Hoover and others, especially Professor Hoover, of dormant organisms frozen in the ice for who knows how many millennia, and then being able to be revived.
Yeah. I mean, Hoover has proved it. There's no doubt.
I think this is leading up to get him back on the show. I should give him a call this week, see how he's doing, and see if we can have him return. Maybe with Dr. Brandenburg or something.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many guys that would. There's so many guests that you've had that would be so cool to have return, like Rami Bar-Ilam,
Oh, indeed, I got to reach out to him too. Hopefully, he's feeling better. Even though there's a lot of shit going on over there now to compel his problems,
I mean, he's probably, he's up to his neck in it out there.
Indeed.
Yeah, and then also, getting Gregory Molinar back on and, delving a little more into the whole Cydonia region and the face and the pyramids and all that.
And that's what's funny too. Look what the type of structures that they were building.
Yeah.
They were building what? Faces. Now, I'm not saying that they're trying to tell us they brought back Sand Kings, little moon crabs, some people might say. But these things build giant faces. So life on Mars, microscopic life, dormant, and the life that they remember of their memory of which they bring, whether they're the constructors or not. There's faces of Mars, like our friend over here, the one that's not in any NASA public image archive at all. But we know they got him. And Dr. Brandenburg attested on this show several times, affirming, reaffirming and confirming my theory, not only theory, because look what we're looking at. This ain't a fucking theory, it's an image given to us, right? And of these type of things being found there that they have not shown us. Why wouldn't they show us? The face of Cydonia is the one right above, right? This face here is not that same face, as you all can see. The landscape's different. Look at the image above, 35A72, and look at the one below. Two different images. Notice the watermark, the central watermark.
Yeah,
like in 35A72 images, and those are on many images. So that's not coincidence or happenstance that just happens to be there.
Well, that would mean that it was a Viking image.
Well, exactly.
Yep.
You
And,
know,
and a particular
well,
one too, a Viking B, I believe. The Viking B orbiter image had the watermark, right?
no, it was A.
Oh, okay.
It was A.
Well,
As a matter of fact, I processed, remember, the entire publicly available Viking imagery. Remember that many years ago, bro? It took literally a fucking year and a half to do it. And why? Because I was on the hunt for this.
yeah, and the watermark enabled them to actually scale images on the Earth. I mean, on Mars.
That would depend, though. That would depend because I got watermarks, not just one. In this archive, I have watermarks up to 12 of them, 20 of them, all the way down to one of them. Now, at various heights. So, in essence, if we were to think that the face of Cydonia 35A72 was captured with the watermark at that height that it was, remember Dr. J said at the end of the mission, Viking went lower.
Yes.
Lower in the, so the water is still made, or if it is at the same height, we don't know. But we attribute it to what Dr. J told us about it going lower, and that would indicate by the size of the watermark that this face was potentially smaller. But that's if the altitude changed, altitude changed of the proximity of the camera, right, of the orbiter that carried the camera. So we really do not know the height until we're able to figure out the specs of what these images numbers that obviously someone has, but is not in any NASA public archive.
Okay, yeah.
You know, that's the beauty of it. And here's another thing about the watermark, everyone. Why is that so odd? You think it left fucking Earth with water in its lens? That thing left, you know, even to prevent any microbes or anything reaching the Mars from Earth. It was sterilized as best it could be anyway. Certainly with water inside the lens for it to leave round fisheye. If I can move myself and get out of the way. You see the round fisheye right there? The circle, the dark circle, that's a watermark. The water droplet, that would evaporate. That would, you know, leave its mark behind. Now, for there to be 20 of them, and I've seen these from higher heights.
Are you talking about like 20 on one image?
Yes.
20 watermarks on no, like say I go and grab an image and there's actually just one image, not several images, one image, and it's got 20 watermarks on it.
Yes.
Okay, and what image is that?
Well, it's in several images.
Well, I've never come across that. The only time I've ever seen the watermark is when I do see it, there's only one of them in one image.
Oh, they're in multiple images, bro.
Well, no, but I mean multiple images, but you're not like clarifying for me. You're saying like 20 watermarks in like say I pick one image and I see 20 watermarks in it.
Right.
I've never seen that.
And then you'll see images from another. Oh, indeed. We'll do a show about that one night. It's a good idea. I got to start going through and look through that shit again. And the process versions, the way NASA released them, you do not see them. You see them like the grainy 35A72 that the mainstream loves to still keep using to try, oh, look, is this a fake? Is that real? Never mind everything else that we've learned since then. Again, the faces of Mars beyond mere tricks of light and shadow at page 269 now. But anyway, that being said, out of multiple files, and at multiple heights and also extreme heights, because you can see large hemispheres of the global surface of Mars beneath it that you could tell it was high up, has the 20 watermarks. Now get this.
20 watermarks on one image. Wow. Do
Yes,
they all like,
and
are
then
they all like circles, just like the one behind you?
some lighter, some darker.
Okay.
Because that means multiple drops. They're drawing at evaporating at various times, and it's showing us, telling us something very important.
Well, this isn't. I don't mean to interrupt you again, buddy, but is this several images stitched together?
I could stitch them together.
No, but no. I mean, but this one single image, could it be several single images all stitched together that had the watermark?
No.
Okay. All right.
Individual images. They're only so big, right? And the thing is, at various times, we see the watermarks in different positions and upon different levels above the surface. Now, this tells us something important, like Cydonia, like that we know of, the famous 35A72. Has that one, like that there, right? So the beauty of it, this tells us something important. How did it get water in its lenses? And it didn't come from Earth. It had to be when it was zipping in the atmosphere, or the upper atmosphere, especially since that's what they claim a lot of water vapor is, as is escaping, supposedly, Mars's atmosphere. It collected somehow in the lens camera, in the camera lens. And therefore, also when it went lower, it accumulated in the camera lens. If this face, like Dr. J say, was from the lower observations at the end of the mission of images that we do not have access to because of their provocative nature and, all the thousands and hundreds that we have not processed yet. Remember, they have data tapes to which only 15%. Everything I processed was only 15-20% of what there actually is. And Carlotto even had that in his book, The Case for the Face, I believe.
Yeah, well, you bring up a good point, Gary, because the some of the first really good images of Mars were from the Viking, orbiter images, and they actually showed clouds in the Valles Venerinaris area. So who's to say that they didn't drop that thing down low, and might have got some water in? Yeah.
It didn't even have to go into those chasms.
Yeah, but
because
you know how high that water vapor went.
We had a lot of water droplets leaving those watermarks when it was high. You could see the whole hemisphere. Circle, it's high above, which means it was coming into the camera lens from the orbit position at that time that the was going around the planet, and as it lowered, it was still getting it, but it was seeing the water decrease.
Yeah, and NASA even admitted that some of those images were showing clouds in the Valles Venerinaris Canyon.
Well, right, which means
but
we already
that pretty much just says, hey, there's water in the atmosphere. How else are you gonna have clouds? I mean,
which means we might be able. Yeah, exactly. Now, shit. Never mind. 50 years ago, that's nothing. That's a dust speck, like our life, right? So all we had to do maybe. We might be able to pull water out of the atmosphere like how we do here on Earth. You would do those ingenious tricks of evaporation and bringing it and collecting it. You know what I'm saying? So that's very probable, in my opinion, and should be put to the test. But they won't, because that all falls to the life and the validation of Dr. Gillivan's experiments and the findings thereof, and why they do not want to replicate those findings. Therefore, they certainly would not want to collect any water, because in their model, the water's gone, or it's under the surface only as ice, or this or that, but yet it's fucking outgassing methane methane, which, as we know on Earth, comes from mainly, and I don't know if it does chemically, biologically, it comes from biology, farting out the gases. And there's plenty of that. So what does that life need to also thrive on? They're thriving on that water vapor, if not the water.
Well, if it's not found on the surface, then it's all coming from underground. And what the hell's underground?
No, subsurface illegal.
So I saw where they're talking about. I was reading about how some of the places they're thinking about, like first landing human colonists, would be the Valles Marineris area, because that's
where they shoot, as well as Ganges.
Yeah, because
we'll another time.
The lower the lower altitude will actually benefit them.
And not only that, because of how deep they are, those chasms are deep.
Yeah, and plus the water vapor.
And the Valles Marineris is really just a small part of it, of where all this fog and the depth of which makes all these clouds cover that whole hemispheric of features, Ganges, and all the features under Ganges, and to the right of Valles Marineris. You know what I'm saying? And that's very deep. What, up to 4 miles? The barometric pressure.
Exactly. So.
That movie Stranded, when we watched it, remember? They had to walk their way down through the tunnels. Then they seen the alien beings all dead, sitting there. They worked their way down. Then they could breathe at some point, and they found liquid water. What were they trying to tell us? But that depth, with the barometric pressure and that being so, even deeper than just surface level because of how deep they're cut into, as it was, for lack of a better term, you could have liquid water. But still, Vikings should have brought a fucking glass of water and just lowered on a boom, lift off the cap, and let's see what happens. Science 101. I said that to Dr. Gill. They should do that along with his experiments, and he laughed. He got a chuckle out of it. But he said, actually, it is a good idea. You know what I mean? But, it wasn't a dumb idea, but it's kind of comical. Then I said, then we'll throw microscopes up to it and everything, and watch everything, see how quick it evaporates, and the wives' tales over the years without showing us proof, just like them bringing back samples will tell us the formation of the solar system and the geology and how Mars is formed. Get the fuck out of here. No, it won't.
You bring up
bullshit excuses for people that don't know how to think.
You bring up a good point. I mean, they're willing to show us just about every other process. Well, why don't you just, go ahead and show us that process and actually show us the actual process in real time? What the hell?
Exactly.
What the hell, man? Come on. It's taxpayers' money. Come on.
And then when we do send a mission, I got to get Dr. Ron on again, see what progress they had with SpaceX and the efforts. Listeners of this show can appreciate without getting into all that. When the mission is sent, we do put that glass of water on. We do put Dr. Gill's experiments on, exactly what he wanted, and even more so. And I say add a fucking percolate tester. All right? I want to see that put to the test because, no shit, Sherlock. It's just bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, it's 50 years coming. Come on, what's the holdup?
Yeah, exactly. So, this is very interesting and telling on the enormity. And I don't know about you all. The story is incredible, believe it or not. If you are following what I did in the news to help those who might not have been aware of these type of issues, well, those are the issues going on. They want to just bring these samples back to Earth. Now, the commie chinks want to do it by 2030. The race is on, not just to secure space, which is more existential threat we need to take care of, more so than the existential threat we need to take our country back. But hey, that's what it is. But once we accomplish the one, we accomplish the other, and then, but even while we're accomplishing shit here on Earth, we could already had these answers, and we still could. because I'm sure this ain't going to be done overnight, all this commie shit in the world, right? So we could send a mission there to do these tests, do the things that's needed, and have it all recorded, even on microscopes, for everyone to see without any filtration or mishandling or obfuscation by NASA, for them to give their official take when it can be peer-reviewed by the world. Especially for those who pay for the mission, when NASA certainly will not support Dr. Ron Levin and others, and Professor Hoover and or SpaceX, and they're doing these experiments. But we don't need NASA if we fucking bypass those assholes, and that's what they are, assholes. I don't mean everyone. I mean, you know, the policymakers, budget defenders, the controllers, the ones who pay the people to shut their mouths so they can feed their families, right? So they cannot control what gets seen and told and shown on Mars, on what's real. And they would be exposed to the frauds over all these years. But we already got them as showing that for the mishandling of Dr. Gillivan's findings, the mishandling of science, the misleading of the American and world public, of science, of microbiology and biological processes of life. Yet they want to say they're looking for signs, possible signs of possible past life. And even in imagery of where you look down, you say, holy shit, that looks like, well, something that ain't natural. It looks like one of those fucking Sand King things, right? Oh, no, it's nothing. It's a volcanic caldera. It's a mud hole. You know, get the fuck out. It's swamp gas, basically, they're telling you, right? So, yeah, that dumbass. Exactly. So, and that's they obfuscate even with the images to make us think that Mars is not what it appears to be, alive. Big deal. It's alive. You know, I noticed also during the show, he was like, 51. Oh, nothing new in 51. Remember they were going over the map when he was still in there checking before the thing escaped, all that drama. He was moving and talking to the guy. Yeah, now we're moving over 51. And it was a map with an area. I said, yeah, that's Area 51. You know, so maybe that's where this mission and the test results have been brought to. And then he mentioned 51 later on. I forget the exact context. You have to watch it again, and maybe someone will comment on it. But it's like hinting. And then stating about when he mentioned 51 again, on how there was something going on. I think that's where me and you already talked about, where he may have mentioned about morphing them, or, you know, mutating, or bringing them back to life, or some shit like that. So that would be a prime spot. Remember, this was 1995.
Yeah, and it was like
so
the 33rd generation.
Yeah, and the 33rd generation, 33.
Let's go break something. Yeah.
Some Sand King castles. Yeah. Fuck that. You know, that's where this is all going. And the implications of what that means for the Earth, whether that's already done and mixing truth with bullshit, or that's what they expect something, they want something. In order to bring it back, they want something, or expect something, or expect to see something that we all don't know about. They want back to the Earth, and we're supposed to trust them after they all just tried to kill us, and they're still trying to kill us. Think about it, people. And they're trying to destroy the planet as we know it in order to save the planet. For who? The Sand Kings, the subsurface illegals of Mars? Dr. Brandenburg even said on this show, and even in his books, the UFO bone is connected to the Mars bone. There's a lot of UFOs. We've been invading Mars for how many years? That don't mean, well, we haven't seen nothing with lights on or anything. Well, have you seen this fucking image in the public archives anywhere? If so, show me. It would get someone's ass off the hook that's hung on it. And that ain't my fault. I'm only doing what that person taught me to do. But I'm the fucking crazy one. But yet, here we are, faced with the dilemma. With also obvious, more than possible, probable evidence of archaeological technosignatures, signs of life on Mars. Past, present? If the microbials are present, why wouldn't this shit still be present? If not on Mars or under it or somewhere else that may come back to it. Just saying. We know that Mars was nuked from 150 million to 500 million years ago. This shit was obviously there. Because it was in proximity of the target range of one of the blasts for and Mare Acidalium. Now, get this. When Viking landed at Chrysa Planitia, where it's only a step over from Cydonia. It's part of the Acidalia and, Mare Acidalium. It's all part of that region. And they did not want to land at Cydonia, their exact words, because there's too many nasties down there. Yeah, the nasties that we're all seeing today that they're trying to obfuscate and cover up and try to make it look as natural as possible. It's bullshit. That's why they didn't want to land there, but they were running out of fuel. So where they landed and touched down, that shit wasn't all risky and nasties. You had boulders all over the fucking place. Right? So let's put two and two together here, people. Use your heads. Just like those scientific news articles I was reading. It's all bullshit. And it's continuing on the line of bullshit, making it appear like they're working hard. They got the smartest minds and, all the gung-ho to look for life. Bullshit. We would have had these answers multiple rovers ago if they really wanted to. They don't want to. They want the millions and billions while they sell us out and give it to the commie chinks and the New World Orderers to control space, to control Mars. They're looking down. They see what's there too. How come the commie chinks hasn't shown their images of Cydonia? We know they got them. And in the high rate, not high rise, but high resolution, higher, I believe, than that of global surveyor. I don't know. Don't set that in record. I mean, on rock. Etch it in rock, but I believe it is. I believe the ting wing, whatever you want to call it, ching chong ping pong orbiter camera is higher resolution than global surveyor. You're going to tell me that they didn't look down and study Cydonia. Get the fuck out of here. And how come they're not showing any of that data? But yet people are, licking their balls practically, their noses up their ass. Oh, what a great achievement. China made it to Mars. Yeah, with technology they stole, bought, and whatnot, we were sold out with for them to achieve. Look, all of this we have to face and deal with. I think that this show is needed at this time especially because it's a hot issue and a serious hot topic about what they're planning to do to bring this shit back. Like, oh yeah, everyone's on board. Yeah, this is science. Yeah, we're not telling the public what's really in this shit. What's their real agenda? And as they do what they do to this planet, to destroy photosynthesis and all that other shit, and decarbonize the planet, for what? For something else? They might want to bring from there and create this world in a Mars-like image of what it once was? I mean, I don't know. Is that science fiction? I'm sure many stories like that, but this is science. It's not science, just science fiction anymore. What do you think of those thoughts, Ringgreen?
Well,
you think it's onto something? You think it's possible?
Yeah, I mean, you threw a lot out there. I mean, I could comment on several things, but
yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts because maybe other people might be sharing the same thoughts.
You know, I just think it's it's time for a little more truth to come out from everybody. Like if you got it, share it, and if you were once in the know and part of that group that had that clearance, and now you're older, what the hell, dude, share it.
Especially where you see where our fucked up, messed up world is going.
Yeah, I mean, come on, like everybody else wants to know, and if you got something that's important for all of us to know about, bring it out. Bring it out. Come on.
Especially knowledge and info of this image behind me in particular.
Yes.
That's something we can see. You don't need, multiple letter degrees and scholastic knowledge to see, Houston, we have a fucking problem here. And why ain't it? And not just the problem of it not being in their archives for the public, but because of what it shows, and that there's more than one. It's not a mere trick of light and shadow at all, is it?
No, Brandenburg, proved that long ago.
Exactly.
He got that utopia. He found that utopia face. So.
Yep, and I did a video rendering of that. We should play that on here too, on one of these shows coming up from Dr. Carlotto's Shape from Shading program. Very, very interesting. But I do want more examples of it to make sure that it's the right sun position. Because like the face of Cydonia, the way I show it, it blows people away. Well, how come you're not seeing that in other ones, even ones that Carlotto had rendered? Well, that's because the sun wasn't in the right position for it to get the ideal view that we would get if the sun was in the ideal position compared to what was given.
Yeah, and
that makes sense, because at various positions, I've done many of the face through Odyssey, even Viking, Odyssey, Global Surveyor, MRO context camera, even the high rise. They vary differently because of the lighting angle and positions of when the image was taken. And therefore, it gives differences. And you can see in one other particular Mars reconnaissance orbiter image, we're almost in the Goldilocks. What is that? Is that her name, Goldilocks? That's in the bed and the three bears roll out so she could be the most comfortable, where it's most ideal. It's like that. It's like there's still one bear in the bed, but we got consistencies of the shape of the open mouth, of the eyes, of the, just the carvedness of it. But because the sun ain't in the right position, as this one particular image that gives us the Holy Grail as it was, as no one has ever shown, not even Dr. Carlotto, the face looking as it does. I'm not talking shit, am I, Ming?
No, and it's most likely because there's not a whole lot of people, in the last, really in the last 5 years that have really been, really trying to look at the newest images from MRO of that area, and also running them through Carlotto's program. So
I mean, did it with all,
only you and Carlotto have really been messing with it here of late, and and he's been pretty busy with a lot of other stuff, because he's got that whole other thing going on.
We got the next best thing because we got his program that allowed these results. I'm sure if Carlotto had worked on these images, all the images to Shape from Shading, he would have seen what I did and revealed it himself. I got the next best thing. I got his app that did it. And I did multiple renderings to test myself and to test the data. And then once you compare them, with the others, you could easily see that. What I'm saying about the perfect sun position to bring out a true accurate shape of something, that's it. Now we just need with that image, as long as that info is in that image of what exactly that position is, now we can say, hey, put in requests for them to target the face at those particular sun angles,
Exactly.
at sun positions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
We can get multiple renderings where the face is consistent each time, not just because when you look at, hey, the face is seen, let's take a picture, boom. It could be it's at anything. It's two-dimensionally we get a lot of good detailed images through the various angles of the camera. The face, you'll see turned up a little depending where it's imaged from, but and you see the 3D, you see the relief, but we don't see the relief three-dimensionally, even with shade from shading, because it's smoother. And what really NASA uses, the MOLA, makes it all the more smoother. And it's harder to see the relief details that are seen clearly, at least to me, from above. Through, wow. And, it's like someone once told me that I remind them of that guy from Close Encounters with building the fucking mountain.
Yeah, out of the potatoes, dude. Hey, now look, Gary, you're continuing the research that Carlotto had put so much time and already in, and what he did was remarkable. Think about it. All he did from way back, and
he can easily verify.
And Hoagland, used his 3D animation to prove his point. And
yes,
and in all respect, Carlotto has done so much.
A lot.
Yeah, and that's probably the main reason why you're even pursuing it more and more.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, so this is all a good thing. It's nothing but
good. Because it gives us a tool to figure out. Because I knew when I looked at NASA's imagery, how they present the so-called true shape of the face, it's not even near close. It's ridiculous. It's to mock it, to confuse us that, everything that we see two-dimensionally is just bullshit. You see, it's all just tricks of light and shadow. We make it smooth. We change the shape like on a wire, frame, and they just drop the image on it. Okay, that's the image. Bullshit. That's how it really looks. Bullshit. And when you look on Google Earth, Google Mars rather, with this MOLA data, because of what you see of the face is inaccurate, and what we reveal from shading is accurate. You know that everything you're looking at on Google Mars, and you can tell anyway, things that you can see from above that obviously have height and shape. Well, when you go to a perspective view, it's either flat or it's just stupid.
Yeah, well, you're exactly right.
Because you can't trust it. You cannot trust
the shape from shadow, basically.
Shape from shading. Yes.
That is a very good way of comparing their MOLA data. In a lot of respects, if you want to double, if you want to double check, there is your other counterpiece to their molar data. If they both match up, then yeah, it's pretty golden. But if they don't, then something's up.
Yeah, and something's definitely up. Night and day. Even the way how I was able to render it. And again, before I explain this, Dr. Carlotto himself can validate or debunk and spank my ass, make me look like a fool, right? But he won't be able to. Everyone knows the image number. I got it out there. Anyone that knows how to use that program, and I want to find others. I haven't found anyone else besides Dr. Carlotto that's did anything with that program, and or to test, to get a peer review, any type of peer review on the outcome of what I was able to produce. And it was not me producing it, it's Carlotto's program. Therefore,
it's an algorithm that's embedded within that program. So
and therefore it works. It works,
Well,
and that's the
it's a
thing.
good way to double
So,
check the MOLA data.
Yeah. Well, again, Hoagland explained this. He let me use this making a mountain out of a molehill thing in the book. Thank God and thank him. And everything. He explained how much bullshit it was. There's no way it could be accurate in what it's showing because of its lack of capability, but yet they build terrain models on it. To this day, they want you to believe is really the surface you're looking at. But yet, when you compare it to these rendered images, now I also have a Mars Odyssey view that's almost consistent too, coming into range of the right sun position. We got like the basic shape, but it's leaving out nooks and crannies. It's leaving out the mouth, and it's leaving out the exact depth and carvedness of the shape that we're able to see. What we're able to see of what I was able to render even looks like what I thought that it would look like or be consistent with by trying to figure out what you're looking at from above from a two-dimensional image. And when the features are matching up, it's like, holy shit. Then you know, boom, it takes the feel away. There's no more blurriness as it was, like a screen open, and this is how it really looks. And then you look at NASA and everything that they've done, and they destroyed any public official discussions of the face anymore. They won't even call it the face anymore. They call it a popular landform. But now, 16 years later, they call it terrain samples. Yeah, you know, and yet going on the old molar
Yeah, the terrain samples. Yeah.
Yeah, they will not address what I know that they're seeing. They've seen it. I've shown them. I know they've seen it. Even Brandenburg, remember when I put it up for everyone to see? Brandenburg was the first to comment and even call in on the show, remember? To congratulate me. Confirming I'm also the only one, it seems, on this entire fucking planet publicly who has done and shown such a view of the face as we now see. And there are people that don't like it. Why? Why? Could it be jealousy? Some people have said that to me. I don't want to believe that. And because I think maybe, does it spook them? I think we should be way beyond that by now. And I don't give a fuck if it spooks you or not. It's the reality that's there. And our enemies are looking down and studying what's there. And they're withholding their data. What if the Chinese, the commie chinks, had put light detection experiments on their rover, following Dr. Gil Levin's curve? How do we know? We don't know what they really have on that thing. We don't really know what these guys were looking at and how many images they're taking and what they are seriously looking at and considering. I just went and checked out the stats to my site for the show, right? Guess what are the big three top contributors of viewers? United States, the main one. Russia and China, the other two. The rest is all, you know, all these other countries and, you know, but the most bars that people are listening to this show, USA, China, and Russia. Tell me they're not interested in this. Tell me they don't know who I am, giving them the fucking bird because the race is on. And we're going to secure this country and we're going to industrialize this country for space undreamed of like it's never been. That will enable us to secure space and to build our infrastructure in the way that I vision it. To usher in the Martian revelation and beyond. I don't care what they think. Now, if they were concerned, I'm open for the discussion. Do they want to contact me? The commie chicks say, hey, shut the back up there, little guy, ding ping. Here's an image. Why won't they do that? We know they're watching. Again, thanks for not doing us any favors. The blood of the patriots upon all our heads. I don't take this fucking color as something tutti fruity or nothing. I'm all balls, man. And plus, I'm the son of Mars. Pun intended. We'll see where that goes. Crazy! Like Hoagland once said, he calls himself the Mad Martian, and unfortunately, that is somewhat accurate. That ain't nothing compared to the bizarre Twilight Zone shit I've been through, and this man, Mean Green, has stood by me through all these many years hearing it. And he's still here. It's got to mean something. He's part of the future. That much I'm convinced. And to where I have to have faith and believe and walk to the point in time to where those down through time hearing my words now can really appreciate it. And that's all of you survivors after what's to come. We must make our fate. It's not going to be easy. But I have a vision for space. Why do I care? Why do I have these visions? Why am I so obsessed? I'm like this fucking guy in the cage, playing with his Sand Kings for years. Throwing away my life on what? Going where I feel I'm being led. My footsteps are not my own, and I have to have faith and belief in it because it is not my own. I'm being guided. I was titled Mars Revealer. I was told that I would discover faces of Mars. A year and a half, 2 years. Remember Mean Green? Before this even was fucking mailed to me. I explained that to you long ago. It confounded the fuck out of me. How'd they know? I didn't think I would be discovering them in the ways that I discovered it. Starting with a disc that was mailed to me in 2003 anonymously called UFO Diaries. Discover the Earth-Mars connection. That'll be book 3. Or 4, but I'm thinking 3. Regards to Faces of Mars now. Not saying that there ain't going to be other books. The next one we're going to do co-jointly with Mean Green, and that will be interesting. But first, I got to get through this hurdle of the first book. But I'll tell you what, it'll be published. The Shape of the Face will go worldwide. People will start, getting more interested, starting to realize, using their real eyes, realizing that what we've been told and shown all these years is bullshit. We have data that supports it. It's not the rantings of a madman. This is testable data. Mean Green, I'm just so fascinated with this. Maybe we should just close down the show for this night, but, because I could just keep ranting and I don't really want to do it. I'll just get...
I mean, there's workings for a show just all about this coming up soon, so...
Well, indeed, because obviously, this is years. I've been at this since what? Fucking 1998. Then the dream experiences in 2000 to 2003, and even afterward. But the 2000 to 2001 was the crucial ones that let me know that I would discover other faces of Mars.
Yeah, the full story of the faces of the Brothers of Mars.
The Face of Mars Brothers, exactly. Yeah, that title will be used again. It's crazy, I'm going to admit, but that is how it would appear if we are being interacted with by an intelligence through technology and medium that are fused within and through time and space. As a show of an artifact, as it was, or a means to show the intelligence of it, so whoever finds something or is studying something or discovers the shit and follows the trail as it was, could see that there's an intelligence about it and then a purpose. But then when you find yourself in it, ask me, Ingrid, it took me years to try to deal with that fucking craziness. I haven't gotten over it, but I had to adapt. I have to still survive. I think only when the end point comes, when my life begins, it says, is those listening down through time at the point they're in, where the effects of where we're going now in time is leading up to the fulfillment of what is supposed to happen, and not just through the efforts of what I'm doing or Mean Green, but connecting to other things for this bigger purpose. And I've hinted at this with Stephen Bassett, remember?
Oh yeah,
I
yeah,
mean-
and you'll definitely have to fill them in on the whole underground deal going as far back as Spec 7 of Mars, the underground.
And
Yeah.
there is so much to put, and even the timing, pun intended, when he even said, "Oh my, look." You people just get confused. Me and Mean Green, we're connected with our wheels working with this shit. But believe me, you people will be blown away. Nothing's coincidence, and nothing is erased, like someone did and tried to do. I got the screen captures, and there's always the Wayback Machine. Nothing is ever deleted.
That's for
Nothing.
sure.
So, no matter the attempts of what certain persons or certain sites in the here and now or the recent past has done, it's still all there. And because I'll just give you the guys this much as a tip. Call me crazy if you want. I don't give a fuck. Even when I just said that, we are already heard down through time. This show hasn't even been put up on the archives yet. For them, it has. Sounds crazy, huh? Yeah, better pack them and smoke them and think about it some. Those type of shows will be coming also. So, hey, Mean Green, by the way, I think I might have found a regression hypnotherapist. And I reached out to her, hinting that I want to get her on the show. Apparently, she's well known, and for various things that she does, I don't want to give it away who it is until I make contact with this person and try to bring her on, because I think that route needs to be taken, even though I'm kind of scared and or worried about that.
Are you talking about maybe actually her regressing you?
Yeah.
Oh man, that'd be cool.
That's where I would like it to go, but I can't pay for that. I would hopefully, since she came into the picture, I'm gonna hop on her. No pun intended. Believe me, she's hot too. So I'll get her. But that's not the point. The point is what she is able to do. Therefore, coming into my proximity, it's like a sign, like God communicating. Reach out to her, get her. Maybe it's time now to do that, because it's not just for myself, but even for others that this would benefit.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
the issue.
If there's anything that we can do for her to help benefit her, to help you.
Well,
Yeah.
right. Obviously I would be at her mercy and at her mindset to ask that. I would, but who knows? But I would like for everyone to learn more about her. Because she does much more than that anyway. Also about remote viewing. And bro, me and you talk for hours over the years about this shit. But yet we have things, especially like our friend right here. We could really, let's not put it to the test to sound insulting, but help get us information that might not otherwise come to us. I mean, look, if it works, it supposedly works from the next fucking room down where Hoagland and the Mars mission team came in Stanford Research Institute. The next door, they were doing those fucking side things, right? The next door down at the same time the Mars mission and Hoagland were working. In that room, we had the remote viewers that everyone sees that CIA story of, the remote viewing of what it discovered, what it says. That happened in the next room at the same time they were working on this shit with Carlotto.
Yeah, so, but...
Yeah, therefore, okay, maybe it's something real, and then maybe she knows what she's talking about, and maybe she'll help us understand more, and maybe she'll help us.
Yeah, so...
I don't know.
So remote viewing, though, is not just sci. That could be technological.
It's a camera looking down.
Exactly. So, but anyway, what's her name?
I don't want to give that out
Okay.
yet because I at least want her to reply back to me first and see if she's even interested to be on the show. Though she's with people that have been on this show, like Billy Carson and Brad Olson and others. So she could easily ask around, and then it's up to them what they would say about me. But that's okay. Because if something's meant to be, it'll happen. And something told me to reach out to her. So we'll see how that goes. It's a potential show because we need answers. And I don't care from who or how we get them. If I feel there's something there there's something about her, or there's something about him, or whatever that I just feel that weird itch, that little zap go up my spine and my neck, and then boom, I'll pursue it because that's like a communication. And usually 9 times out of 10, that's how things have been cruising for us all these years, through everything, let alone with the show. So I think it's something good to bring up. I just want to mention about that. Another mention, I think I mentioned it on last show. I had spoken to Sword a couple weeks ago. So I'm going to reach out to him again, see if he's ready and if or when he wants to get back on. He's still welcome, I told him. He's always has some interesting stories to tell, despite what people may say. But his truth and his reality is, I guess, his. We'll say that. Listeners to this show can appreciate, especially when we first had him on for those 9 fucking hours. Remember that? And all the drama that happened tonight with over 100 posts. I better not do what I intend to do before I even did it. So, who knows? So, it's still all interesting. We take each show with how it is, as it is. I'm no Art Bell, nothing like that. This is something all different altogether that's leading to something to where at the right moment, in the right place, in the right time, I'll be in prime position. And then whatever has to happen, that's when my life begins, whatever that is. And I don't even want to get into various prospects or even guess at this point what that could mean. And if it's all even meant for good, I don't know. But there's only one way to find out. Right? You got to be in it to win it, like the lotto. So I got to keep going. And my footsteps are not my own anyway, so I'm kind of putting it to the test as well. But you know where I'm going there, mean green. Everyone else thinks I'm a fucking crazy bastard, I'm sure. But yeah. So, I think tonight had a show an impact. It shows an impact, again, on how stupid of an idea is to bring something back when we, to do things to which we could easily have done and replicated multiple times over already. It's all bullshit. So why do they really want to bring samples back? Why are they really against light detection experiments and the findings of Dr. Gillivan? Why are they really against giving us this fucking picture that happens to look like this picture above, which we publicly have access to, and this one we don't? Again, let me move. If I can.
He kind of looks like a bird man with a helmet.
Right? Well, hey, maybe that's a Lalu's face.
Yeah.
Remember, everyone likes to say, oh, the Cydonia face is a Lalu's face. No, it's not. Of the Anunnaki. Oh, and I get into such arguments with people. I said, read the fucking book. I think it's on page 121. Read it on how they created it. The beams that cut from above. Read it in the likeness of a half face of a Lalu, if we're made in their image, according to that story of the Anunnaki, and also an eagle's helmet. I don't see a fucking eagle on the face of Cydonia. There's no eagles. There's no birds. That theory's for the birds because they have nothing else to attribute it to, but we do have a face, but yet it has not the likeness. It doesn't even look like a human. It looks more like Cornelius, Neanderthal, Saurian, reptilian, something, right? a hominid, like an ape-ish type thing, and a lion-esque feline motif as their two main motifs fused together, like Mesoamerican art style, like our friend George Haas is so passionate about, right? But it's unmistakable. So therefore, if that's not the face, what does that mean? There must be one out there that we haven't seen yet that is. Especially when I have found other faces or potentials thereof, and in my own searches for these certain images that are not in any NASA public archive, and the images that were given to us that are not in any NASA public archive that show that this one above that is publicly available is not mere trick of light and shadow at all. It is not mere. It is not alone. It's not even lonely, like Dr. John Brandenburg would say, where he had said that with Vince DiPietro many years ago. Which reminds me, I found that archive from many years ago with Vince DiPietro. So I think we should play that one of these times, one of these shows.
Awesome, dude.
I suck. Well, some people say I suck now. Do I? Well, it don't matter. At least I had Vince DiPietro on the fucking record.
Exactly.
So, that's a chalk up, but hey, and I'm thankful and I'm honored to have, the people I have had on and who they are, and to be in this field and to be known in this field. Because I'm not just known for my big mouth, my wild look. No, it's because of the work I do. It's talked about, it's looked at, and it's out there. And I'm not shooting from the hip. I'm not having a big head. It's just the truth. But you don't see ancient aliens calling me, not yet. But they always want to have their spins on things anyway. So maybe that's a good thing because we're out for the fucking truth here.
Hey, that's okay. They don't have Hoagland on there either.
Well, like I said, they're all out to look for the truth. We're out to look for the truth. We're against the dark missioners, but that's true too. Hoagland, though, he has a lot of truths. I'll say that. He has a lot of truths, right? I think that's fair enough to say without being disrespectful, right? You know what I mean, right? So that is a line between everything. Nothing's coincidence, and the future is yet to happen. But all I know is that one thing, he's definitely involved in this all. And so are the others that were at work during these times over the years. But I don't see anyone else that has been following the face or the faces of Mars. No one really. Like, they don't give a shit anymore. I wonder why. And then they act like they're fucking experts on it, and they don't really know what they're looking at. What book, what study, compendium of even all the images, the best ones from all the missions put together has there been? That's why I decided to do it. If no one's gonna do it, if Hoagland ain't gonna do it, I'm gonna fucking do it. And I'm doing it. Or, this thing's going to probably go over to about 300, 350 pages. But that's a good thing, right? At least it'll be out there. Will it be famous or not? I don't know, but it'll be out there. That's the thing. People will see it. People will hopefully read it. Because a lot of people don't like to read anymore. They have the fucking attention spans of a goldfish. And that's been so-called proven, right? But pictures... Never mind the words. You have pictures, because that's what all the words are based off of anyway. It's hell with what I say. It's what the data shows. And the data shows the face. I don't know, Mean Green, if you could show it real quick before we end this, like on the facesofmars.com, those perspective views, just to remind people of what we're being faced with, pun intended, of what seems to be such a terrible secret that they do not want to show us. Is that hard to do, brother?
Actually, at the moment, yeah, I've shut down several of my systems.
All All right, no problem. Everyone can see it on www.thefacesofmars.com. Thefacesofmars.com. Scroll on down. You'll certainly see what I'm talking about. There's plenty of things of the face of Cydonia on that page as you scroll anyway to enjoy and to observe and to take in. And you will not see those images coming out processed the way they are from anyone else out there either. And that's just not me. That's a challenge to all of you. Prove me wrong. Because I'm not finding anyone else that's showing the things that are what I'm showing in the images that's clearly there, obviously, just not so clearly there when you just use NASA processed imagery that they revealed to the world. It's called obfuscation. So that being said, I think any other final thoughts, Mean Green?
No, I think you pretty much covered it all.
Okay. Again, the Sand Kings, the potentials of what could go wrong. We are here at a time and place in space, whereas we're supposedly floating through space. That's leading us up to the Martian revelation. But there are those that are trying to destroy us here on this planet that may be the subsurface illegals from Mars or from some other source with a higher than human intelligence. But no matter what, till kingdom come, we're here, we're gonna fight, we're gonna make our stand, we're gonna make our fate, and do what needs to be done till kingdom come. Because no matter what position we're in, there's one reality upon us all. We're still standing at the edge of the earth. Till next show, goodbye everybody.
Look into this
And